Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's meeting of the Scrutiny Commission. As usual, this meeting is being broadcast live to the public. For those not able to watch live, the webcast will be recorded and made available for viewing on the County Council's website after the meeting. So item 1, declarations of interest in items on the agenda. Do any members have any interest they wish to declare? No. Item 2, declarations of the party whip in accordance with overview and scrutiny procedure Rule 16. Do any members wish to declare the party whip? Okay, on to our main item. So item 3.
I'd like to raise a point of order, please. As a Scrutiny Commissioner, I want to raise an issue of concern. The remit of Scrutiny is to act as a critical friend of the Cabinet and to represent concerns of the Leicestershire residents, to identify opportunities for improvement of policy and plans. The Local Government Association says that whilst transparency is encouraged, publicising political positions before the committee meets can be seen as attempting to unduly influence the process, undermining the critical friend role. I am therefore concerned about the press statement on the 1st of May and subsequent social media activity by the chair of this committee with direct criticism not only of the policy but also of the processes involved in the possible outcomes. It is rightly the duty of all of us to analyse and discuss the policies, but to act in a way that puts out to the public direct criticism of council policies, professional consultants, question the judgment of our most senior directors, in my opinion, is unacceptable behaviour.
I'm not sure this is a point
and should
of order,
not have
Mr.
taken place.
Mr. Innes, I'm not sure this is a point of order.
Direct.
Under what bit of the Constitution are you calling a point of order?
I'm calling a point of order because the advice is the political position from the Local Government Association.
So it's down to our Constitution. So what point of the Constitution are you calling a point of order?
I'm calling a point of order on the fact that items have been publicised and...
What point of our Constitution are you calling a point of order? You need to say what point of order under the Commission's Constitution are you calling a point of order?
Okay. I will stop talking.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, as members are aware, the meeting has been called specifically to allow for the Commission to comment on the outcome of the efficiency review before proposals are considered by the Cabinet. We are joined by the leader, Mr. Harrison, and the lead member for resources, Mr. Fowler. Welcome to you both. I've also invited independent members and members of the political groups not represented on the Commission to the meeting so they can contribute to the discussion. So that's Mr. Mear, Mrs. Bottomley, Mr. Charlesworth, and Mr. Whitford. I've agreed a process for considering this report in sections, and copies have been circulated to you all. They are found on your desk, and that's how we're going to manage the questions. So you will have the crib sheet there. We will hear first from the leader and Mr. Fowler, then Jane Moore, the Chief Executive, supported by Declan Keegan, Director of Corporate Resources, will introduce the item before handing over to Newton. From Newton, we are joined by Mandip Mohar, Dominic Asbro, and Stephen Knight. So welcome and thank you for joining us today. We also have other chief officers present who will each do a brief introduction of proposals for their department. So first of all, we'll move to Mr. Harrison. Would you like to make your initial comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invitation to Mr. Fowler and myself to attend today's meeting. When Reform UK administration was formed after last May's County Council elections, ending 24 years of continuous Conservative rule, I promised that I would do things differently and set out a plan to tackle the gaping 90 million black hole in the finances we inherited. This report we're debating today is a result of political direction I set officers for the efficiency programme, a root and branch review of the County Council spending, income, procurement, identifying areas to maximise efficiencies so this council can live within its means, reduce and eventually eliminate budget deficits. In the longer term, whilst at the same time protecting service residents' value. It marks a total break with the past ways of working, an automatic 5% increase in council tax preset year after year without thinking about its impact on the cost of living. Compare this with the instant impact of reform at 2.99% increase, the lowest in over a decade, placing us firmly on the side of residents. I'm really proud of the excellent work both our officers and Newtons have done to get us to where we are today. At the start of the efficiency review process, 33.4 million savings were built into the budget before the review started. We worked this with officers to boost this to 44 million. Newton's work has identified savings of up to 60 million. Simply put, adding in totals will be targeting deliveries of 102.6 million savings, and I'm confident this will also have a positive impact on the quality of public services this council delivers. Unlike the Conservative approach, we're making every pound of taxpayers' money work harder whilst improving services that matter most. And this is just the start. This rolling project is our plan for a better Leicestershire. This opens doors to more opportunities. Once the payback period over the 3 years, we will have made positive changes, delivering 33 million of financial benefits that will continue to accrue on an annual basis, but it could be higher. Just think about that. The costs are a one-off, repaid by savings in 3 years. We will see savings banked not just once, but every year. If we are successful with our bid with LGR, and we should know by early summer, we know that our plan for one council for Leicestershire and Rutland releases a further 40 million. This efficiency review complements our LGR plan, ensuring that a new council will be financially secure and viable from day one, unlike the North City Stroke South plan begins with 100 million debt. I want Leicestershire to be at the forefront of innovative local government and lead by example, setting standards for others to follow. By expanding social care teams to boost independence, early intervention upstream to prevent people reaching crisis point, stepping up support so children can stay with their families, ensuring better value from our contracts would all significantly drive down costs in the longer term, releasing more resource for service delivery. As I've said in my opening remarks, we inherited a mess last year, and believe me, I am determined to sort it out. I've set out with a bold vision to close the budget gap we inherited, and the experts I've brought in, I have confidence in them. That is exactly what Reform Administration intends to do. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Leader. Mr. Clerk, is there anything you want to add at this point? Okay, Mr. Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Leader, and good morning to everybody. This efficiency review was born out of a mission to fundamentally look at how everything is done, identify savings and improve services. Our political opponents may scoff at its ambition, scope and drive, but I think the results speak for themselves. This review, independent of political interference, has produced a rolling programme of action that will achieve payback in around 3 years, find at least £60 million worth of savings across the MTFS, and will identify further opportunities in the future. It will also produce over £30 million in financial benefits on an annually recurring basis, which is the right plan for a better Leicestershire for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Do members have any questions for the Leader, Mr. Fowler? Mr. Charlesworth.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Harrison, you've been here quite a while, as I have. Why wasn't this done before? We've had years of efficiency savings, cutbacks, increase in charges, fees, service cutbacks, all of it. We've been doing it for how long? And yet we're still here, and you think this will be different. I remain to be convinced. I can excuse all of your colleagues, they weren't here previous years, but you were here. You could have done something before this with your ex-colleagues, but you now think that Newtons are going to produce something that won't close the budget gap completely,
but it will lead to more cuts, poorer services, extra fees and charges, and the people that are going to be worse off won't be this council, people out there. I mean, prove me wrong, but I reserve the right to say I told you so.
Yeah. Madam Chairman, thank you. Well, those former colleagues would know that I did suggest in my time their efficiency, but it was not to go forward. This is an efficiency that is already, we were told it's gone to the bone. Yeah, the officers have produced over 40 million of savings to bring forward to support this programme. They started independently of, so that's already gone into the MTF. It's baked in now, that 44 million. It's in the MTF that the officers have produced. Not, obviously they thought, well, we'll get ahead of Newton's, so they did their bit and Newton's came in providing their services. If you think back to the budget, did we cut taxes? Yes, for the householder. We cut the council tax by 2%. But then what about the tens of millions of new money went into services? You can only do that when you're efficient. In the past, it was about cutting services and holding it at 5%. We have the proof, the evidence is here, but cut to the bone is just not so, because where have those 44 millions come into? That's savings that have already gone in. Now we're looking at further savings. And to help you with this, because I respect you as an old colleague, we'd never lie. This is the truth. The numbers are there. The millions have gone in, and this is what's going to happen now going forward. And this will be a rolling programme going forward. So they will finish at a certain time, but we will be rolling initiatives. And if we find we need them, we'd call them back in again. And we'll be able to explain the costings and how it works. You know, council in days, and this is what this project's all about. And it's already proved the money's in, and we can see the monies. I mentioned it many times, and people say, well, no, we haven't got numbers. Well, today you have numbers. The 44 million is what Declan, as Deputy Chief Executive, Chief Financial Officer, 151 Officer, his team of directors, through their initiatives, have put 44 million into the MTF. So they've already made savings where everybody was saying, no, it's been cut to the bone, you're wasting your time. That is a fallacy. The fact is it's been done. The next phase now is following up the Newtons. Now, people object and say it can't be done. Well, they were very happy to accept Newton's reports in the past where they were brought into this council to save money, and they did. So they've been there before. This was a different instruction and a different approach. Thank you.
Can you just clarify just the figure you there, the 44 million, that's over 4 years of the MTFS. Is that correct? And that's savings that are not yet achieved, but planned to be achieved. So what confidence have we got about that 44 million that the leaders just mentioned?
So that's correct. It's 44 million in the MTFS that was approved back in February. It's going to be a mixture of savings that have been achieved, because obviously you have to do the preparatory work, and some of them only actually then come effect in kind of the current financial year. So it is a mixture, but no, we've used the phrase in the report of sort of a confident level of savings, and that's kind of crudely what we sort of, I suppose, try and assess the MTFS at as well. So we're confident those 44 millions will get delivered.
But they're not actually achieved yet, and it's over 4 years, just to be very clear.
Yeah, it's a mixture of some still have work to do, some have been completed, but it is over that 4-year period.
Thank you. Got Mr. Mayor next. Yeah, very quickly, because we've got lots of people.
Yeah, just a quick one. The leader's suggestion is then that the fact that Newtons were coming in was the driver for officers to find these savings, whereas before officers couldn't. And I'm just wondering why that's the case. You just suggested that Newton's threat has produced these savings from officers. Why on earth weren't those savings found before?
I wasn't responsible. I wasn't the leader of the council in those days. This is a whole new pattern of change and how we're working and how we've got to work. And the evidence will be there. You can hear from the senior financial officer, and if he says these figures are reliable, we can substantiate it, I believe him. And maybe people might object, but that's their point of view. But really, it is there, so we've achieved that. Newtons are here to explain their estimations when we get to that, on what we could do and how they believe in what they can achieve. They've worked with us before. We've no need to think, well, who are these guys? They have a track record. They're a major international company. They travel around. They know all sorts. They know how to deal with efficiencies and have all the models to be able to define and sort things out. So really, I've got one officer this side that I trust, and he says, yes, those figures are correct. I've got people to my left who will assert that their figures is through their professional skills and knowledge of this county and their assessment of how and where it could be found, and for them to come up with that firmness, and for our financial officer to say, yes, we could do that, we can see that. So this is about who you trust, how you perform and what you do. But the initiative is about how do we go about savings. So this is a whole range, the new initiative. Well, it's amazing, it's good. Everybody will want to do it. Every council in the country will want to follow, because every council in the country are afflicted with the same conditions. Money from the government's tough and hard to get, and within their own resources, you've got to cut services. We're not cutting services. We're having the efficiency, and this is the beginning of a new era. Thank you.
Mr. Fowler, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to quickly add some colour to that as well, and to answer your question directly, Mr. Charlesworth, I think what the previous administration did is, that's out of our control as it is. They may have found stuff and may have not found stuff. Our perspective is we have got a responsibility to deal with the cards we've been dealt. But on top of that as well, I think to answer the question of why has it taken Newton to come in for the officer to find certain things, I think it's just a fresh set of eyes would be my perspective, in the sense that Newton have got experience across a number of sectors, not just local governments, but through public and private sectors. And sometimes, although the officers, it's no disrespect to them, it's not to disparage their work, they can be focused on their specific departments. But when we're talking about an organisation-wide review, it's a lot different for somebody like Newton to be able to come in with their vast experience and expertise to be able to say, actually, have you looked here, have you looked there? So I think that would be my best answer for that, which is that it's a different perspective. That's why we found different things. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the invite to the scrutiny meeting. It's appreciated. Just on the leaders, I think we'll come to the 44 million in the substantial item, so I'll just park any questions on that one. But the leader mentioned a 3-year timetable, and I think Mr. Fowler did as well, a payback on 3 years. And I just wanted to clarify at this stage, and he mentioned it himself about a one Leicestershire, what his understanding is of the local government reorganisation, and how likely he thinks that a one Leicestershire model will be the outcome, because I think he's pinning a lot of hope on the one Leicestershire model being the outcome for this to be sustainable, because I think the local government reorganisation is due to take place on the 1st of April 2028, which is not even 3 years away, it's 2 years away, not even 2 years away. So whatever we discuss today might not come to fruition. Thank you.
Well, very hypothetical. What we're doing is a rolling programme. What I've said is, in advance of LGR, we've identified correctly through Declan Keegan's team a 40 million savings. What I'm definitely saying is that we're achieving this, and this is our intentions of rolling that forward. So conflate the whole thing the way you did isn't really appropriate. They're there, but we've got to be granted LGR, we've got to function it, but it's there, we can see it there. As I've said before to people, we can see it, but then it's turn it into reality, and that's where you've got to get the thing moving forward. So yes, it is separate, but it'd be highly complementary if it works, and it means that we will really have a truly efficient and solvent county council. That's the key. That's what this is all about. Thank you.
Jane, did you want to come in there?
Yeah, just to add a little bit on LGR, obviously we have looked through the lens of LGR for all of the work around the efficiency review, and I think we need to remember whilst we're debating today that the services that we are currently delivering for those children who are vulnerable and those adults who are vulnerable will need to continue whatever the outcome of LGR is. So the review is having an eye on needing to continue to reduce demand, make sure our services are delivered in the best possible way, because regardless of the outcome of LGR, we will still be delivering children's social care services, we will still be delivering adult social care services, whether that's in 2 authorities, in 3 authorities, or whatever the government chooses. So all of the plans that are set out today, particularly in relation to people services, are those that will withstand the test of LGR going forward as well. And we need to be cognizant of that post LGR.
Mr. King.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank the officers for the report. There's obviously some serious work gone on here, and there are, I think, some ideas within these papers that may deliver. But Mr. Mee has already raised a fairly fundamental issue with this savings efficiency plan, and that's the timeline and the realistic expectation of delivery of the savings. And I've kind of wasn't sure if the payback was 3 years or 4 years, because there did seem to be a conflicting message earlier. And also, I think it would be helpful to have absolute clarity on how much money we're talking about saving and how much money is the payback. Because I assume the payback is because we've got to pay.
We'll come to them specific details. This
So
is
that's a really important question, though.
that will come later on
So,
when we go into the specifics.
So anyway, what I wanted to say, Chair, is this has a feel of, I mean, it's high risk. To me, it's like, someone taking out a payday loan or something. But instead, what we're doing is we're using the taxpayer as the credit card. And instead of, going to the supermarket and you buy now, pay later, this has got pay now, save later stamped all over it. And Chair, it's really concerning because of the timeline, because of LGR. And with the greatest respect to everyone, the problem with LGR is you're making a set of assumptions which you don't actually know if those things are going to come true, because you don't know what's going to come out of LGR. And it could be that, for example, the one Leicestershire and Rutland doesn't happen. And yes, I get the fact that there's got to still be those services, but it could be that the new authorities decide to do things differently. I'm not a professional. I don't know. That would be down to those new authorities, would it not? That's the case. May or may not be run by reform. So I'm very concerned. And whilst there is, as I said, some positive stuff here, I think there's also the devil's in the detail. And I just think it's
to reform.
£1 million worth of council payers' money on projections that you cannot say. So, you know, I wouldn't go and buy a car without a warranty. What sort of warranty have you got, Leader? Thank you.
It will be explained fully to you. I was never in favour of the Doge. You'll never get me saying the Doge. When you questioned me in the past, I said that is a possibility they want to come in. But I came in with a clear vision, what we needed to do and how we'd go about it. And that's when we started the talks very early on. And so eventually we got to Newton's coming in. Remember, you can't just do this overnight. You have to do all your advertising. It has to be done properly and everything else. There's lots of misunderstanding about money at risk. There's no money at risk. There was probably in the past. There isn't now money at risk, because we will be paying them inappropriate, and you'll get this later on, how they're going to be paid. And I think that's a falseness to say we're risking taxpayers' money when you're not fully aware. We've already gone through the part of it and what's already happening, but you are making public statements and you're not fully aware of how the payments will be made to that company, and that's where we are. But we'll discuss that later on in the agenda.
Chair, if I could just come back on that one, please.
Very quickly, because we need to move on.
Yeah, the reason that we're not aware, Leader, is because on several occasions in this Scrutiny Commission, you point blankly refused to answer the questions that colleagues around the room from all political parties have asked. You specifically would not answer, and you're still right in the 11th hour not answering. I mean, I was in a meeting not long ago with you where you said these guys are taking us in, and I'm quoting you here, these guys are taking us in new directions. We're now talking about prevention to make savings. You were really chuffed with that. I never thought of prevention. Well, we had, because that's why we saved nearly 300 million. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Poland.
I've just got to respond. That's an absolute lie and fiction. I was part of it when you were in committees with me where we were cutting costs. The first speech I made in this council was asking, what about youth clubs? And I was told quietly, well, we closed them. It was a matter of cuts. That's how it worked in the past, and there's evidence to prove it. So you've just got, let's stick to factual things, what's happening. That's what I tried to tell you today, that when you were seeking information, I didn't have all that information. It was in process. How could I say what these people were doing at the scale in which they were working at? It was impossible. So I had to sit here tortuously, but now I'm not. I can say this is what we're doing. This is actual. This is how the public will benefit. And that's a fact.
Okay, I've got Mr. Poland and Mr. Inns, and I'm going to draw close because we really need to move on to the detail. If it's a specific question for the leader on what you said, please, Mr. Poland.
Yeah, I'll keep it incredibly brief then. Again, colleagues have said, I think it's unfair to say that you inherited a mess. Actually, you inherited a savings of £290 million since 2010. So I appreciate that every administration has a job to do and has to work harder and find more, but it isn't fair to say that you inherited a mess, because actually what you inherited was one of the most efficient councils in the country. And I think and that's something you yourself have said, Leader. So, you know, I'm only agreeing with what you yourself have put on the record, and rightly so. But that's not to say that we shouldn't be looking forward to make more efficiency, better spend for money. So I'm certainly not, I've got no problem with this process in principle, but for me at this moment in time, and look forward to getting more of the detail later in the meeting, that I'm concerned, as colleagues have said, that we are maybe fronting all the money up now, and the gain will be Leicestershire County Council's successor authority down the line. And that's a concern I've got, but in the interest of time, I'll leave it there.
Mr. Innes, then we'll move on.
Thank you, Leader. Chair, Leader, do you agree with me that comments in the social media like bonkers economics, 60 million of saving or 60 million of pure fantasy, this isn't sound financial management. It isn't credible, just undermines the council, undermines our colleagues who have worked so blinking hard on this project. You've worked hard on it, and all I can see is that the opposition are trying to wheedle away, and what they should be doing is supporting this. We should be having full support for an efficiency saving where we don't have cuts.
All I can say is they have deliberately tried to talk this down, which doesn't undermine me in a way. It certainly attacks this council that really worries me dramatically, the damage they do to the council with their comments. We inherited 85 million debt on the MTF. That's where we were. That's what the figure was.
It wasn't a debt, it was projected gap.
Yes.
It wasn't a debt.
Well,
we need to be clear. We're talking about facts here. It's not a debt.
Right, okay. But that was projected loss of money. You'd have to find it. You'd have to find that money. We've come in with an answer of how to find that money through the efficiency. And this efficiency has started and it will not end. It will roll on forever and ever. It's got to do. We've always got to be looking at ourselves. When you look at a business of 1.3 billion, you imagine if we were running a private business, the scrutiny that would go into that and how it operates. Now, you could say we're a local authority. Yes, we are. But we have the interests of the public. That's our charge. They're our investors, if you like, in this business. They pay for us, whether it's our allowances or salaries. They pay all the time. So our aim is to make this efficient as possible, so we ease the burden on the people who have to pay. It's as simple as that.
Okay, I'll move on to Jane now, and then you're going to hand over to Newton. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. So the report that you've got in front of you sets out the clear outcomes of the Council's independent efficiency review and how those outcomes are being translated into a revised and more focused programme. The review was commissioned deliberately and at pace in response to the scale of the financial challenge facing the authority, and it was designed to identify robust, evidence-based opportunities to strengthen our financial sustainability whilst continuing to protect outcomes for residents. The paper is explicit about what the review found, how those opportunities have been prioritised and categorised, and how they are now being embedded into a refreshed and more focused programme of work across the Council. The report also clearly sets out the impact on the MTFS and the level of support to the authority is required to implement the work. The review makes no assumption about the future model of LGR, but it does assume that the new authority or authorities will be responsible for those statutory services to support our most vulnerable residents, and it gives deep thought to how we sustain effective delivery across those services as we move into whatever model LGR affords us. The report and its findings are the result of months of in-depth analysis across the organisation, supported by colleagues from Newton and hard work from staff across the Council. And I would like to take at this point the opportunity to both reflect this and also thank those staff and Newton for this work. Today's discussion on the paper is an opportunity to test the conclusions, ask questions about the assumptions and plans going forward in order to help strengthen the programme prior to Cabinet consideration. So I'll now hand over, Chair, to colleagues from Newton who'll take us through the approach that's been taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for having us along today. My first point, just to follow on from Jane, and a big thank you both to colleagues in this room who've had the opportunity to engage with over the last few months, and then particularly a huge number of colleagues within the authority where a vast amount of work has happened. gathering a large amount of robust evidence, and obviously a summary of that evidence is coming along today, but there's a huge body of evidence that sits beneath that, which we've summarised up for what we now present today. In terms of what I'm going to be talking through for the next brief period is in the pack, paragraphs 3 to 13. We're going to start off with some of the background and context of this programme of work, and then get into the approach of how we've jointly done this evidential piece of work with colleagues from Leicestershire County Council. So just starting on paragraph 3 with the background to the piece of work. So we were delighted and very proud to be awarded via competitive tender the opportunity to do this efficiency review with Leicestershire. As colleagues will be aware, we have had the opportunity to do some brilliant work before in areas of the authority, not in all the areas we're going to talk through today, and that has led to some brilliant outcomes and financial savings for Leicestershire. As Jane was explaining, obviously the initiation of this was because of the increasing scale of the MTFS gap, and recognising that since we'd last worked together, a number of things have continued to happen within local government, including those pound pressures continue to grow, policy changes driving requirement for further change. And it's been brilliant to see our LCC colleagues we've worked with before have continued progressing and driving work we've done jointly. But also as Newton, we have sought to grow our capabilities since we last worked together. So as we get into the detail of how we've taken the approach, what should hopefully become clear within that is we wanted to be ambitious, to bring in ideas of best practice from elsewhere, but really continue that ethos of delivering outcomes. How do they translate to robust financial savings, and how do we do that as a piece of work together? So just going over the page to the top of paragraph 4. So lots of work was already happening, and later on in the presentation today, Declan will talk through the financial summary of that. But what we're really keen to do was build on the work that was happening, and that involved understanding what was happening within the MTFS already. And the point of doing that was saying, as we've gone on and identify more opportunities, how do we look to bring that together into a strategic, coherent, unified programme of change, which will maximise the benefit for Leicestershire and Leicestershire's residents, but ensure that resources being prioritised in the most appropriate way to maximise the return on investment for Leicestershire. So what is included in some of the reports packs is, as you've gone through the MTFS, where's the opportunity to combine initiatives, where should initiatives be stopped or deprioritised in the short term, all in aim of trying to ensure the most robust programme is built off the back end of it. And then at the bottom of paragraph 4 starts to talk to a sustainable approach to change and improvement, and that's referring in any programme of change of this ambition, it's appropriate to look for opportunities to maximise capability and skills transfer through that, so that Leicestershire benefits and can continue driving on change beyond the back of any delivery of work. And worth saying, Leicestershire has some great examples of where they've done that already that I've touched on. Moving to paragraph 5. So a number of colleagues in the room will be familiar with the titles of the different phases that we've gone through in the efficiency review, and quite deliberately they build on top of each other. So phase 1A, which started at the back end of the last calendar year, was what we call the setup. So a huge amount of work from officers to help us get data, agreement, staff alignment, scope set up, governance established, so that we were able to undertake a successful piece of work together. And once again, thank you to officers for all of that work. Just before Christmas, we engaged in what we called phase 1B, and that was about looking at what the existing MTFS initiatives were and starting to do some real detailed data analysis to understand where next might be those opportunities we can build on existing work or find new opportunities. So effectively that created what we've called an unconstrained list of opportunities, which were then set up for more detailed work at the start of this calendar year. That then draws us across to phase 1C, which we kicked off in earnest this calendar year, and that was going into much more detail on that list of initiatives from phase 1B. And within that, doing enough investigative activity that we're really confident why an opportunity exists, what the potential quantum of that opportunity exists, but also understanding what it's going to take to effectively deliver that in a Leicestershire context and how might that appropriately map over the course of the MTFS and beyond. Phase 1D has then been about bringing all that different work together. So what was the previous work that was happening prior to the efficiency review? What have we understood during the efficiency review? And bringing that together into a coherent strategic program of change. Just moving to the bottom of this section. So on paragraph 6, just emphasizing the point, and a thank you to colleagues within this room for all the hard work and engagement around the work that we've done. And then on paragraph 7, what we've wanted to do is pull together not just a list of initiatives, but really give consideration to what it's going to take to deliver that. So that means at an individual benefits proposal level, and you'll see those documents that we're going to be talking through with officers shortly, sort of understand what will it take to make those changes operate at that level, but then also looking at that at a holistic council level so we can understand how the program of change might get delivered. And that's with consideration to all the different factors, including impact on residents, impact on staff, and the resource that might be required to deliver the different opportunities. I'm now going to move on to what the approach to delivering the review has been. And similarly to the work that we've done before, we wanted that to be a joint piece of work. We wanted it to be really tailored to the Leicestershire context, but understand how do we invite and bring in best practice into the work, acknowledging Leicestershire has done some brilliant stuff in the past. So on paragraph 9, it starts to talk about what the different activities we jointly undertook were. So, and you'll notice there's a range of different activities, and the point for that is we didn't want to rely on one single evidence point to suggest this might be an opportunity to improve resident services and financial savings. So we've looked across a range of different activities. The first of those being benchmarking and comparative analysis. So this is seeing how compared to relevant other local authorities, where is there an opportunity in particular parts of services to be able to deliver services in a slightly different way. Paragraph B starts to talk about data analysis. So enabled by the hard work which officers have done to pull data together at the start, we jointly analysed over 2 million rows of Leicestershire data, which meant on a forensic level we're able to understand the trends in unit costs in demand, where in particular parts of services demand was growing or indeed wasn't growing. And that helped to build up some of the financial variables so that when we understood the opportunity to improve outcomes, we could then trace that back to what it might mean in terms of financial benefits as well. We also engaged widely with staff on the front line and also with partner organisations to undertake case review exercises, which were great for engaging staff and getting their ideas, but also really bring to life what some of these changes spoken about might mean for residents and how services could be reshaped to better service them. And in total, we went through 322 of those cases. Paragraph D starts to talk about the assessment of delivery, confidence and organisational maturity, which I touched on slightly before. What colleagues will recognise across the range of benefits proposals, there's a large number of benefits proposals which do have interdependencies between them. So it's been really important we start to look at that in a holistic sense and in the wrapper of a very robust delivery approach as well. Paragraph E will talk to some of the detail you'll see in the benefits proposals, that it's not just about the financial impact, indeed it's been led by understanding how do we deliver those better outcomes for residents. So in terms of key interactions for residents, for staff and system partners, that's included within the benefits proposals. Paragraph F talks about how we've engaged significantly with members and senior officers throughout this programme of work. Indeed, there have been multiple touch points every week with senior officers as we've gone through this work to ensure that it is jointly done and the opportunity to challenge, reshape and redirect the work has existed to make it truly collaborative. A key point just to reference within that is we've engaged staff beyond the direct engagement as well, including through surveys and them having the opportunity to feed back on some of the ideas put forward, but also their ideas how to improve. So 812 staff responded to a survey around how they're using their time, and in total 1,200 staff fed back on how they believe ways of working could potentially be improved to support the work which we're presenting to you today. At the bottom of page 5, so paragraph 10, there's 4 thematic areas within the efficiency review. So, and these will be familiar to colleagues who've been involved on some of the journey today. So, what are the opportunities to manage demand and improve lives through residents? And that's typically around those big demand-led services like adults and children's. Increasing value for money and financial sustainability, which touches on things like third-party spend. Innovation in prevention and commissioning approaches, which will come on to some more detail slightly further on, and then operating more efficiently and effectively. And that's where a lot of the staff ideas have come in around what improvements to ways of working, including the deployment of technology and AI, might help staff be able to deliver some of the opportunities in the lines above, but also positively benefit from some of those ideas of change which they've got. At the bottom of page 5 on paragraph 11, it just touches on, there is a summary report which has been included, which brings together the findings of phase 1D. Across to paragraph 12 at the top of page 6, so the bulk of the next part of the agenda item will be officers talking through these documents, which we've called benefits proposals. And within that, we'll be laying out ambitious but achievable targets of change and recommended next steps within that, in the spirit of that single coherent plan for change and improvement across Leicestershire going forward. And then you'll see in there the range of different delivery approaches proposed within that, and particularly around how much design work we might want in different opportunities, which is akin to work that we've done with Leicestershire before. And I believe that's best practice in delivering change, because some areas there will be more known solutions where the opportunity for more rapid deployment exists, and some it is best practice to be confident around why we think the opportunity exists, but really spend the time to ensure those solutions are fully developed to land in a sustainable way in the Leicestershire context. Chair, I was going to pause there.
Thank you, and I think on behalf of the Scrutiny Commission, thank you very much for all the work you've done. I've known by working closely with you before in children's how much work and effort that goes within the engagement with staff. So yeah, we'll put on record. Thank you very much for the work that you've done for us.
Thank you, Chair. That's very appreciated.
Thank you. I'll move on to Declan now, if you want to run through your piece first.
Do you want to pick up any questions from
I've decided with honorary advice here that we might be better just go in the detail, because I think that might be more productive for members rather than taking questions now.
Okay. Right, so obviously the timing of the efficiency review coincided with updating the MTFS back in February, meaning there is an overlap of the savings numbers. It's been touched on a couple of times, but hopefully members have seen the table at the bottom of the document that was circulated and printed for everybody today, and that just sets out how you can see the benefits that are attributable to the efficiency review and which ones are in addition to the MTFS. So we've got something to point out if there is any sort of questions on the number. The report itself introduces a concept of a confident level of savings, and again you'll see that in the table at the end of the document. And essentially this is the standard that we look for normally when we're including benefits within the MTFS. It doesn't necessarily mean savings are guaranteed, but it does mean that you can see there's sufficient control over the operational changes that you need to make, and also where relevant that the applicability to suppliers or service users is believed to be high enough. And that latter point is particularly relevant to social care savings, where service user choice are it's a key feature of how we operate, but also the needs of service users are quite unique to the individuals. So sort of doing some sampling isn't always reflective of the entire population, but at that confident level, you're pretty sure that you're going to be able to find enough there. And that what this really means is that at the confident level, we're not saying that's a maximum saving that you could get from these initiatives. There is the potential for the financial benefit to be stretched even higher. But as we go through the design phase and sort of additional work as a project progresses, the impacts will be able to be seen and sort of refine those numbers much further. And you can also see those sort of stretch improvements when you're influencing provider markets and resolving capacity constraint. So as that confidence goes up, you are going to be able to divert people to new solutions. You can target a high level of savings. So the confident benefits for the review of 27.2 million in that MTFS period, and we've got a realistic potential to sort of aim for stretch goals up to sort of a £53.5 million in that period. That's what I was going to say on that section, Chair.
Thank you. So just before we take any questions, can I ask members to keep those to the point rather than long speeches? Obviously, we've got a lot to go through and there's a lot of members that do want to speak. So I want to make sure we have time for everyone to have an opportunity to raise any questions that they have. Just at this point, just on what Newton told us and what Declan's told us, rather than getting in the specifics of each of the breakdowns, which we will come to under each of the directors, is there any questions at the moment? Mr. King.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you so far for the presentation. So I did want to ask Newton a question and really what Declan said as well. So out of the 27.2, so what you said is lots of work was already happening at the County Council, and we know that because that work had been, as when we were in control, we had a rolling programme, despite what the leader thinks, of efficiencies going on every year. So what I'm trying to understand is, what have you as Newton added in terms of the savings that were already, or the efficiency programmes that were already underway by our own staff? What is the actual value that Newton have added in terms of what additionality in terms of efficiencies have you found that our staff weren't already looking at or hadn't already discounted as too difficult and too hard to do? I'm just trying to understand exactly what you've brought to the table, given that you had worked for us before, and therefore I'm just wondering about that. And the second thing, it is in the detail of some of these efficiencies, Chair, and how realistic some of these things actually are deliverable, because I have some concerns about quite a few of them. Thank you.
Are you, Newton, okay? You okay to answer, or do you want? I'll let you choose between yourselves.
It might be Declan coming back to that one first, just because I think it's set out in his paper.
So if I can give the numeric answer if you want, and then maybe Steve can sort of talk about the sort of the working practice of Newton, because I suppose it's important to bear in mind Newton don't just sort of come in and work in a room on their own. As Steve had explained before, they do sort of spread themselves across the organisation and work with sort of officers and try and sort of, I suppose, impart knowledge that they've sort of seen elsewhere. But if members turn to the kind of the further information at the end of the kind of the printed sheet, you can see the kind of the very bottom figure, MTFS of 2930, 43.8. That was done independently of Newton, and the only reason for that is independent of Newton is because it was before they arrived on site, as it were. But all the figures above that are figures that Newton have sort of worked with the sort of officers and members of the council to kind of produce. You can see the kind of the 27.2 million confident efficiency review is linked to the kind of the Newton work, which then expands to sort of, if you take it to sort of the fifth year of the MTFS out to 32.4 million. The reason that it sort of expands to another year of the MTFS isn't because you're still doing implementation work, because often with these changes you're targeting new entrants into kind of the sort of service user community. So once you've made those changes, as new people kind of come in and sort of, I suppose, existing service users drop out of the sort of system, those benefits continue to accrue. And then we've talked as well about the concept of the stretch target, sort of 26.3 million. So you can see that tots up to 58.7 million, which we've been sort of rounding up to 60 million. So that's kind of the numeric sort of path to kind of get to see what sort of the impact of the Newton program's been.
Thank you. Mr. Innes.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Declan, I'd just like to ask you a very straightforward question. As the statutory person responsible for finance, do you think that this isn't sound financial management?
My view's been that wherever we've got a financial gap, we need to be sort of striving to look for savings. We need to keep the kind of the destiny of the council in our own hands. That's partly why we included the table kind of later on in the report about the number of authorities requiring exceptional financial support, which is a sort of a staggering number. That sort of 20% of councils in a similar position to us, where you provide social care and SEND services, are requiring additional support from the government. So in my view is, regardless of what's on the horizon, we should always be looking for sort of improvement initiatives that help either increase income or reduce our costs.
Very quickly, Mr. King.
Thank you, Declan, for your answer. What I was trying to understand, though, is we had a lot of things that were already work in progress. Staff had already got efficiency ideas. and things that were being worked up. What I'm trying to understand is what additionality have the consultants brought to the county council and said, you should do X on top of what you're already trying to do. And that's the bit, I'm sorry, I don't understand from what you, or clearly see from what's been presented, is what is the extra that Newtons have actually added to what we were already looking at or had previously looked at as a county council, because obviously staff are best placed to know the efficiencies, in my view, and therefore I'm just trying to understand what's the extra that's been added, and if you could sort of nail that, that would be great. Thank you.
So where we obviously, when we sort of updated the MTFS back in December, that was basically what we felt we were confident in putting forward for the MTFS. So everything that's sort of beyond that point, although Newton was working with sort of staff, is additional benefit from Newton. We weren't coming forward and sort of saying these savings are kind of nearly there. We were saying that, you know, we didn't have a line of sight to including those in the MTFS. Now there was a range within that, where it's sort of, you know, some of it is Newton help people through workshops developing up those initiatives that may be based on ideas. Some of it is Newton bringing in kind of new knowledge from elsewhere. Some of it is sort of, you know, their analytical capabilities far in advance of what we can do here. Some of it is that. So there's a range of overlaps. So to produce sort of purely cleanly what was council officers and what is Newton is very difficult. But if you want a number, that dividing line is as set out in that table. That the 43.8 million is what we got to independently. The rest required Newton support.
Just a couple of questions from me. So obviously the report state that what you've just said, the 27.2 million are confident savings, but also in the report there's many schemes that still at the design or pilot stage. So what proportion of those savings still rely on sort of unproven or partially designed initiatives, and how many are something that we're confident that's designed up that we can implement? So what's sort of the ratio of the 27.2 million savings?
Now, if the ratio to hand, I can provide it afterwards. I think it's in one of the appendices that where you've obviously picked it from, where it labelled it up. So it's kind of the ratios within there. I suppose with a programme like this, you're looking at the overall balance. So although you're right, there's quite a lot of design activity within there, it's also been kind of a reduction of kind of the level of theoretical financial benefit that we're going to get from it. So what we've tried to do is sort of reflect that in with what's the level of confidence we've got from where we are now, and actually reduce that financial saving to produce the confident level. So on balance, even though there's a mixture of kind of, you know, sort of things where you can almost sort of, I don't know, see clearly what the operational change is versus things where you know there's additional design activity, you're still confident even on those ones with design activity that looking at the population of service users we've got, there's things that could have been done to give them a different outcome, provide a different service. So there's things still to be worked up, but overall we're confident in that 27.2. We've already taken account of the fact that further designs are needed in coming up with those numbers to kind of suppress that number a bit, hence back to the stretch figure.
So is that independent assurance just on your experience as the Director of Finance, or was there sort of been independent? I suppose what I'm trying to get to are how many of those savings are generally achievable, and some of them are a bit pie in the sky at the minute until we get down into designing them. I'm just trying to work out what the split is of that 27.
So before it even sort of gets anywhere near me, sort of it goes through sort of departmental reviews. So all the sort of service directors have seen it. They've got their understanding of kind of, I suppose they're going to be far closer than I ever am to kind of the population of sort of service that users they're supporting, or sort of physical services that they're supporting. So it goes through that sort of that stage first. Newton have obviously got access to kind of quite a bit of information where they've worked elsewhere, and they can show kind of how we either benchmark with different cohorts of people. So it all helps to build up that faith. So all of it has got, like I say, a good chance of being approved. If you look on a project level, it's not going to be surprising if there's some ups and some downs as we get into it. But that overall 27.2, you know, sort of pretty confident that with the ups and the downs, we're going to get. with the initiatives around actually, physically cumulative cash flow that nets off the savings as we go on year by year. You can see the highest figure on there is 19.4 million, and that's the point at which the efficiency review kind of becomes self-financing, as it were. So you have to put the upfront costs in, the savings sort of gradually increase, but then the rate of savings overtakes the rate of costs that you need to put in. So by the end of the 4-year period, you can see that £20.5 million is the net cash inflow to the council from the sort of the savings. So it's kind of after 2 years, it starts to become kind of self-funding.
I'm not aware that we've reduced services or cut services in the last few years. Can anyone confirm or deny that?
We can provide a thorough overview, but obviously over the last probably since 2015, there are significant savings that have been made across the authority, which have included reducing some services as well, but we can probably provide a more detailed overview of the kind of service changes and reductions, as well as efficiencies and demand management that have been achieved.
I'm not aware we've cut any frontline services in the last few years that I'm aware of.
We do label in the MTFS either efficiency, income or service reduction. So if you go back to the sort of the published MTFS, you can see which they are. The one that comes to mind is probably the household waste sites. Obviously, we could kind of changes around there was probably the most recent one.
Thank you. Mr. Fowler.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to address the second question by Mr. Piper there, but just on that specific question there, asked by yourself when it comes to the service cuts, although that isn't necessarily a frontline service cut direction from the council itself, to reference the 290 million that colleagues opposite have mentioned a few times. That 290 million hasn't been savings initiatives, it's been from austerity cuts from central government. We should be really clear about that. So whilst that's not frontline service cuts direction from the county council, from councillors here, that 290 million has been an indirect cut from central government, central Conservative government in the past. So we should be clear on that. But the second question that Mr. Piper asked, my answer to that is, well, I mean, obviously, I think option B is better, of making sure that all of our residents in Leicestershire get best value for money. You know, unlike some socialist governments, we don't believe in putting the maximum tax up and getting everybody to pay for it and just keep on increasing people's bills and not try and address the root cause of the issue. That's why we've done this efficiency review, is to make sure that going forward we try and find as much savings as we can. And it's right that people, you know, try and find holes in it, because we need to make sure that it's as effective as we say it is and we feel it is. But ultimately, it is far better to go with this approach, because it means that not just our service users get the benefit and things like prevention and re-ablement, but also the 750,000 people in Leicestershire get the benefit of not having to automatically pay as much of an increase in tax each year. I think that's a really fundamental point, and yeah, I'm proud of that. And I think we genuinely all are. So that's my answer to that.
There are, within this efficiency review, are some increases in charges. So you are putting additional costs onto residents. So fees and charges have gone up, the cultivation licence you're putting in. So things like that have gone up within this efficiency review that were added into the MTFS for this year, isn't it? Just to be clear.
Well, to get to the crux of my point just there, was that the 750,000 people in Leicestershire that I was talking about, the benefit, are outside of our service users. I said it's not just our service users that we're trying to benefit with things like re-ablement and prevention. So things like that would come under our service users. 750,000 people in the county that are part of our tax base. Granted, they don't all pay council tax, but my point was that we're trying to represent the interests of the wider county, not just those that use our services directly. That's my point.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, you're missing the point of public services. It's not just for everybody that you do these things for. Not everybody has children that go to school. Not everybody needs daycare, social care, vulnerable. You just missed the point completely.
Mr. King.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, let's just recap a couple of things. So first of all, council tax has increased this year by 2.99%. The leader said earlier it hadn't been increased. So let's just get that factually correct on the record. My council tax bill shows an increase, so as does everyone else's. Mr. Piper says speculate to accumulate. Well, you can do that with your own money, but you can't do that with public money. That's a very dangerous thing to do, as a number of local authorities have found out to their cost, where they've borrowed money through the Public Works Loan Board, invested in all sorts of risky projects, and come a cropper. So I don't want to go on about that. The question I had was in the extra paper, in the sort of little flow chart and the savings, it says 58.7 total efficiency review, and then it says rounded up to give press release figure of 60 million. Well, it's 58.7, so I'm not quite sure. Again, the leader said let's deal in facts. Factually, 58.7. It's not 60 million. It's overstating. But it's inaccurate. It's inaccurate and it's misleading. And if we want to deal in facts, we have to be factually correct and not misleading people by overstating by 1.3 million the potential savings. So that's another point, Chair. Just let's, if we're going to deal in facts, let's do that. And so coming back to this, factually in the report, it says that in paragraph, I think 50 something, when it talks about the MTFS, it says that some of the savings will be delivered late in the MTFS and that we will have to pay up front. So that's not us making that up. It actually says that in the report. And what the question I had is, it says 58.7 is the total ER savings, but in the table 3 on resource costs, it says financial benefits by 29/30 is 48.5. So that's a difference of 1.2 10.2 million. And I'm just wondering if, Declan, if you're able to clarify that, because then also in the narrative, which I've read, it does say the same figure, 58.7, and I'm just wondering, why that 10.2 million difference is from. Thank you.
So the 48.5 is just the cash benefit. So it's just adding up the sort of that growth of savings. So you add them up each year, and then obviously that kind of keeps increasing as you go on. The reason we put that cash benefit in there, because we knew there was going to be costs around the kind of the one-off nature of implementation costs versus the ongoing nature of the kind of the savings. So the figure that we saw, the 58.7, is more about that ongoing nature. Is it between income and expenditure? How much are we influencing it for the long term? So the equivalent figure there is the 27.2, which you'll see in that kind of that, as you described, as a flow chart. So it's the 27.2. When you add to that the additional sort of cost of the stretch, etc., to get you to that overall kind of the overall benefit, where the 48.5 is just adding up how much cash did we generate in year 1 plus year 2 plus year 3 plus year 4. So that number keeps increasing.
So the 48.5 then, what's that? So I'm just trying to understand, because in the report it says what it says, and I'm just trying to understand then what the 48.5 is actually then made up of then. Is that savings from the efficiency review, revised MTFS? Because there's still going to be a gap in the MTFS, presumably, because previously in the report it says the gap was 85 million by 29/30. So we're not completely closing that gap, are we? With this efficiency review / MTFS, whatever you want to call it. There's still going to be a gap, is there? And how much is that gap still going to be? Because that's the bit to me that seems to be missing from this, of what is the gap still going to be. Sorry, Declan.
So the 48.5 is the sum of the four figures to the left of that figure. So the 0.4 plus the 4.2 plus the 16.8 plus the 27.2. So that's the cash basis. When you're talking about the MTFS gap, the equivalent figure to compare that to, just looking at that table, is the 27.2 million pounds, because that is just purely the efficiency review, although that does include some costs already in the MTFS. But when we talk the MTFS gap, it's that gap between income and expenditure, and the 27.2 is how much influence the efficiency review is having on that income expenditure gap, with one caveat around what we'd mentioned about the overlap of the MTFS and the efficiency review. So if you want how much that MTFS gap of 85 million pounds would be impacted by, if you look at that flow chart that you described at the end of the printed document, it is basically the 22.7 plus the 5.3 plus whatever proportion of the 26.3 we managed to sort of stretch into. But that was the point of sort of stopping the review at this point, is because there's enough delivery to be getting on with. If we keep searching, you can keep pushing those figures up as you increase the samples, as you sort of develop out new ideas. But the difficulty is that then you just end up with less time, but more to implement. So it was deemed it's the right time now. There's sufficient there to sort of launch the implementation program, amalgamate with the MTFS work. But there is still going to be that notion of kind of looking for things alongside the program. Hence, we talk about a rolling program a couple of times in the report. So it's the right point to start delivery, but there is still going to be a need to find additional savings. There's also other things, again, the report goes on to that we know are going to influence the MTFS outside of the efficiency review. The efficiency review is just part of it. And SEND is a really good example of that, where there's been a significant change in government policy, and it should relieve some of the pressure on us as an organisation. So.
I'm struggling, Mr. King, as well. There's a lot of different figures in there, isn't it? The stretch target, what we're confident, and I think it sits. I don't know what word to. It's not misleading, but I think it's quite difficult to understand what we're actually going to achieve and what is a stretch that we might never achieve. And I think that's not really communicated very well in this report. So I'm with Mr. King. Do you want to come back?
Yeah. Thanks for that, Declan. I really do. I do understand what you've said, but I'm just trying to understand by 29/30. Then what is the projected MTFS gap based on all the things you put into this report, because that's the bit I can't see anywhere clearly identified. I mean, you've told me how to work it out. I'm afraid my brain isn't working as quickly as that this morning to add it up, but what's the gap we're still looking at to be delivered from other savings by 29/30? Or is there not going to be any gap? So that's, thank you.
So we'll give a fuller update in September. The reason I say that is just purely that concept of the efficiency review is just one thing that influences the MTFS. Lots of other things will influence the MTFS, and as we always do, we'll kind of give a more rounded update in September. If you pretend the only thing in the world is the efficiency review, the relevant figure is 22.7 million. So that's what's not already included in the MTFS, but the level that we can confident on. So that dropped the gap from 85 down to 62 million. As we work through the design phase, you'd hope and expect that some of that 26.3 million stretch also starts to chip away at that revised 62 million pounds. So.
Okay, I've got Mr. Smith indicate. Was there anyone else before we move on to the directors? Very quickly, Mr. Smith. I'm not going to call him. I need to move on. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very, very quick then. So everything we've been presented with this morning is long-term savings, but it doesn't, if we look at table 3, where it says total implementation costs, everything is front-loaded for the first 2 years, so this year and next year, and then it gets less and less and less. And then speculatively, as time goes on, when this council does not exist anymore, that's where we make the savings, hopefully. It is a huge gamble, and it's a gamble on this administration. This administration are literally going all on red. That worries me. It really does, because we're literally paying £28.2 million on account, and we don't know what we're going to get, because this council, we will not be sitting, none of us will be sitting around this table. We'll be sitting in new authorities if you get re-elected or whatever, but none of us will. Now, a lot of what Newton have proposed is based around staff buy-in. Steve mentioned that. And, Jane's probably the most person here that's got the most experience with working with Newton. We managed to save millions of pounds during that period of time. But from, obviously, as cabinet support to Deborah on the political side, we know that money, that savings that came from that staff buy-in. And I run a small business. I employ several people. And staff morale is a massive point making that actually happen, because if your staff haven't got a high morale, they're not going to be invested in, and they're certainly not going to have that buy-in. I'd be worried about staff morale, particularly at this uncertain time with the change of administration and the change of the council in due course. So is the staff morale likely to stay as high as it needs to be to get this over the line? That would be my first question. A 3-year payback at least. It is a gamble. Whether you like it or not, is a gamble. We're putting everything on red. I'm not happy.
Just a couple of things. I think we need to remember that where we are working with services that are complex in terms of like we do through the local authority, it isn't possible to kind of make cuts in order to make savings. We need to think about the work that needs to take place to upfront invest in getting our services better. So you're absolutely right. We have done this, and we have a track record of doing this previously, where we have upfront invested in children's services in order to achieve a 13 million reoccurring savings. We've upfront invested in adult services in order to achieve reoccurring savings. So to get it right, we do need to upfront invest, and we need to think carefully about the services that we deliver and how we can do that in a best possible way. I think onto staff morale, you're absolutely right. The whole of the organisation is predicated on our staff wanting to do the best possible job, and I'm absolutely confident that the staff that we employ across this authority are in it to do the best possible job for residents. I think focusing on upfront delivery and investing is what drives staff. So thinking about different ways of delivering, thinking about how we can improve our services, that's what drives staff morale. I think talking about cutting services doesn't, and certainly talking about services that need to be stopped or stopping delivered isn't what encourages staff to work in their best possible way. So what we've included in here, and you'll hear from the directors, is some thinking about how we might do things differently, how we might invest differently, how we might support our residents differently, and that does motivate staff. I think there's been some really valid points around delivering this alongside local government organisation, but it's incumbent on all of us, isn't it, to make sure that we are providing the best possible environment for our staff to flourish and then deliver what's in the efficiency review as well as the outcomes of LGR, and that's a collective effort from all of us to make sure that the environment environment is good for those staff. But my guess is staff would really support the kind of upfront investment in services and doing things better rather than those short-term wins around cutting services to achieve savings.
Do you want to come in quickly, Steve?
Thank you, Chair. Just a very brief one, and a sort of reference within this document is one of the initial phases of work that officers potentially on is around a mobilisation phase with data and evidence, etc. around that. And I think just a key point to land is similar to work Liz has successfully led in the past, it's having that really clear data and evidence base which underpins is the change working, what needs to adapt to ensure the change is going to confidently result in those better outcomes and financial performance. And the key point there is you do from very, very early on in the process get a strong indication of is it having the desired impact to deliver the change as opposed to needing to wait until the full financial benefit comes off. And part of that is just because of the duration of how long the authority interacts with a number of their residents who might be with the authority for a number of years. So there's a sort of a mathematical element to how long it takes for the savings to come up, but a well-constructed program does de-risk that sort of backloading side.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna. Do you want to come in?
Make a very quick point, just conscious as we get into the initiatives. Obviously, all the initiatives were sort of drawn up with LGR in mind, and you will notice in the benefit appraisals there is a little nod to sort of what's happening with LGR. But the expectation is, obviously the kind of as Jane's touched on, the sort of the policies and the processes of sort of the new organisation is very going to lean very heavily on kind of what we do at the moment. But it would be, I suppose, there is an opportunity for members to say actually which of the initiatives they don't think could be acceptable to a new organisation, because obviously we have looked through it at the lens of LGR's come in, which are the things that actually are improving the performance of the authority as opposed to kind of running it down. So if members can, I suppose, bear that in mind, if there are specific ones that are of concerns, we can have a sort of a relook at those and see if there's anything around the impact of that sort of that benefit proposal that is something we can amend if members genuinely think it is something that's not going to be taken forward as post LGR, as it were.
Okay, thank you. So Newton identified 13 initiatives. 2 we've already put in ourselves, haven't we? So there's 11 initiatives not currently included in the MTFS. So all the directors, thank you very much for coming today. We'll now give a brief introduction for their department, focusing on the changes to make improvement and service benefits. So first of all is Sharon Cook for children and families. So you're doing reunification, the targeted prevention, family-based placement and commissioning for the future. So over to you, Sharon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and members, and welcome the opportunity to take you through the benefit proposals in relation to children and families as part of this work. The full detail of those proposals is attached as an appendix to your pack. So in respect of children and family services, there are a number of key service demands that need to be met alongside key government reform and legal requirements that the local authority need to be in a position to meet for the children, young people and families of Leicestershire. So I will describe those very briefly as I take you through the proposals. So work was underway within the department to identify the key areas of work as part of our next phase of defining children's services for the future, which was work that we'd previously undertaken with Newton. And more recently, Newton colleagues have joined us in the detail of that work, enabling us to think in detail about the stretch of the proposals and the pace of the change. So key factors to be aware of are that we have seen, as nationally other authorities have seen, an increasing demand for children and family services, not just in the numbers of children and families, but in the sheer complexity of need that our children and young people require support with. This often leads to greater reliance upon the use of costly provision, and the detail of some of that is within the benefit proposals. For example, increased use of residential care for some of our children in care, often due to the lack of an alternative placement that could very well meet their needs. So the lack of sufficiency of family-based alternatives has driven up the price for those resources resources and places that are available. So children that could be in a family-based placement are ending up or have ended up in residential care, and residential providers that aren't our own providers, because of that lack of sufficiency, have driven up the cost of that provision extortionately. So our task is, how do we increase the number of in-house foster carers, making fostering a positive choice for people who have lots to offer our children, but we need to make fostering affordable for them to do and provide the level of support for them to be able to successfully meet the needs of our children, and we need to meet our children's needs. In addition, it should be noted that there are key national evidence-based reforms and work centred around the new Children's Wellbeing and Schools Act that has recently come into force, that requires the local authority to meet increased areas of responsibility. These are centred around the Family First Partnership Programme, which is entering in Leicestershire into the design and delivery stages, with an ambition to pilot and build upon new ways of delivering services this summer, with a rollout of services later this year. The Department of Education expects this new model to be fully implemented and embedded by April 2027, and Ofsted have revised their inspection framework and will inspect local authorities against the success of this service delivery model for children and families. Leicestershire is due for our next full inspection in 2027. The Family First Partnership is an all-system change programme and is focused on early intervention to prevent escalation of needs and concerns. It focuses on the family being supported to care for their children unless it is unsafe for them to do so. If there are safeguarding concerns, then the local authority and partners will work with the family to minimise these concerns based upon relationship-based practice, a lead worker remaining with the family even if their needs change, and strengthening family networks, all via strength-based multi-agency work. For those children who still need to come into care, the ambition and the requirement that we would all share, I'm sure, is that they experience family-based care and work continues to reunite them with their family network, if it is safe to do so at any stage in that child's future. And for those where that isn't possible, that the quality of foster care is provided and available for those children for the duration of their time in our care. There are other key areas of development that we've needed to take into account and lead and link into this work. The Best Start in Life plan, which the authority has recently published, linked to our family hubs, the importance of child development in their first 1,001 critical days, and being school ready, all supporting children to achieve and enjoy fully. We are also aware that the SEN reforms are fundamental for the department, and the synergy between all of these key areas of work are a key focus for us and responsible of the Children and Families Department as we move forward. With all of this in mind, for the efficiency work, we have identified 4 key areas of work that will improve service delivery, will meet the expectation of the aforementioned national reforms, most importantly will improve outcomes for our children and young people, and will contribute to the efficiency agenda by providing evidence-based, effective and efficient reforms. So taking you through the proposals, the first of those is reunification. So this is building on a sense of belonging for children in care. We launched a strategy this year that focuses on building upon the success of our work to help children in care, when it is safe for them to do so, to proactively return to live with their family. That can, hopefully, be with their parents, but if not their parents, it may be with extended family members who can safely meet their needs. To be clear, we've got a strong record in Leicestershire of only bringing children into care who need to be in our care. Our numbers of children per 10,000 population in care are not high. We have strong work to ensure permanence for children, including legal permanence via special guardianship orders and, if necessary, adoption. However, we intend to build on the success of working with birth families for children, for them to return home if it is safe for them to do so at a later stage in their lives. We know that when older children, 18 plus, leave care, lots of care leavers return to their family or their family network. So we want to work to strengthen and build upon how we strengthen those children's networks to achieve this sooner if it is right for that child. And this will improve outcomes for children that will remain our fundamental focus. We have identified as part of our strategy that we believe we can support 6 children, an additional 6 children each year to return home in this way. But with the work that we've done with Newton, we believe that that can be increased by a further 4 each year. And the cost of that work is outlined in the proposal, that over the duration of the MTFS can contribute an extra £1 million worth of savings, but with a very clear focus on getting this right for children, and that no decision is made if it is not the right and safe thing to do for children. The second of the proposals is targeted prevention. So that's work building on the work of the Family First Partnership outlined earlier, supporting families at a much earlier stage and supporting them in a multi-agency way with our partners, strengthening support to the adults as well as focusing on the needs of children. Our ambition and that of the government is to reduce, where possible, children escalating to more targeted and costly services. For example, focusing greater support to parents where mental health, substance misuse, or domestic violence, or a combination of one or all of those are risk factors, how we work with the adults to reduce these risks and enable them to safely and successfully parent their children. So by doing so, reducing the numbers of children escalating to child protection planning and those coming into care. Or if it is right that this happens, that we work with the children and families in those arenas to reduce the time this level of service is required. Over the duration of the MTFS and efficiency work, we plan that 21 fewer children will come into the care of the local authority. It should be noted that the Family First Partnership Programme is not focused purely on efficiencies. It is evidence-based work with an expectation by the Department of Education that the local authority will embed this way of working. The local authority has received a grant of 1.5 million per year for 3 years. We're just entering the second year of that 3 years to support the service and whole system redesign. There is an expectation that services will be designed and delivered with children and their outcomes at the centre. We will be inspected by Ofsted against these expectations. This area of work will require significant ongoing focus and funding by the local authority, and the eventual savings that we've put next to this is outlined in the documentation for you. So that's a further 1.12 million savings. If I then move on to family-based placements, this key area is focused on improving sufficiency that enables more children to live in foster family-based homes that meet their needs. Currently, placement sufficiency, both nationally and locally, mean more children are living in residential care. This includes children whose needs can be met in a family-based placement, either from the start of their time with us in care or for those children whose complex needs required good quality residential care for a period of time, but as they've reached a stage that they could step down to a foster home, we are currently unable to find these homes for all of our children. And at any one time, we have approximately 11 children living in residential care where they could live in a foster family if we were able to find it. And some of those children are of a very young age. Whilst good quality residential care plays an important part in the care of some children, currently we have children living in residential homes when they don't need to, and the shortage of registered homes means providers are currently charging extortionate fees for places and on occasions forcing us to use unregulated or unregistered homes for periods of time. Our ambition in this pathway is to increase the number of in-house foster carers and support them to remain caring for children even when the child's level of need increases or the foster carer's circumstances change. We aim to do this by increasing our fostering campaigns to attract carers over from independent fostering agencies by further improving the fee level that we pay. There is a difference between what we pay in-house carers to what the independent fostering agencies pay. We will do this by offering and increasing and improving our therapeutic support for children and carers and looking at other evidence-based incentives. So there are models of providing foster care that are evidence-based that we are currently investigating further. This is linked to national reform and the potential creation of regional fostering hubs, so requires us as an authority, for all the reasons I've said, but also because we need to meet our national requirements, we need to focus on how we can increase the number of family-based placements we have. We aim to reduce the number of children in residential care, in residential care, and this will lead to efficiencies for the local authority because residential care costs us significantly more than foster care. It isn't done, we're not proposing this. There are many evidence-based positives for children to live within the family environment, but currently a foster home will cost us from between £800 a week in-house to about just over £1,000 a week for an IFA. A mainstay residential home will cost us in the region of £10,000 a week per child, and some that are offering homes for children that they see with more complex needs are far more expensive than that. So this area of efficiency we see over the duration of the MTFS that will lead to 10 fewer children needing to be in residential care because they can safely and appropriately be placed with family-based placements. It will help the local authority meet our national requirements as well as being better for our children and young people. It is, I have to say, one of the most challenging areas for us in the efficiency work. And then moving on to the smarter commissioning. So we've been successful in developing smarter commissioning opportunities to drive market sufficiencies and fees. There is still considerable work to do in this area and significant opportunities. This has included in Children and Families our partnership with Barnardo's to develop a number of in-house residential homes, and for us to work with the market to explore further how we can source good quality homes for our children at a better and more reasonable fee. Currently, we do have an issue of children, sometimes with very complex needs, who come into our care in an emergency, and we need to find somebody who will care for them in an emergency. Currently, there's a risk that sometimes these children end up in expensive, unregulated activity placements. We want to develop and need to develop a service that can offer emergency related provision in such circumstances to assess and stabilise the child and enable intensive work with them and their family to hopefully return them home to either their parents or their family network, or if they need to be in our care, that it gives us time to assess that child and look for a home for them in a planned way. This is also an area that requires significant exploration and design work, but its success will increase sufficiency for us and so reduce fees. The pathways are standalone programs of work with key aims and objectives and clear targets under each of the benefit proposals, but they are interdependent on each other, and success in the delivery of each pathway impacts on the success of others. The areas are complex and are linked to legislative changes and requirements upon the local authority, as well as ensuring that we meet the outcomes, good outcomes for the children, young people and families we support. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sharon. Just a couple from me before I move to people that have indicated. There's two here that are low confidence. Sorry, one that's low, one medium and two high. Can you just explain what that means in layman terms? Is that high confidence that you'll achieve these savings, or is that what it means?
Yeah, it's high confidence, but it's high confidence that they'll be achieved in probably a quicker process. So the reunification work is very well established. The strategy and the work behind the strategy has been ongoing. So we have a high confidence around those numbers. The others that are low or medium are that they're rated in that way because we know there is still considerable design work to do exactly how some of them will be developed. And the family-based placements, as I hope I've outlined in the overview, is one of the most challenging areas for every authority.
I was going to say, I've got a lot of understanding of this. So just picking up on that family-based placement. So what you're basically saying is recruiting more foster carers, which we've been doing for years. And we have, obviously, we're an outstanding authority. So people want here, we have a really good team that recruits, really good team that trains and supported them. So what I picked up from you is that you're going to be raising pay for the carers. So is that taken into the savings as well? Because obviously that's going to cost the department more to pay more to foster carers. And what you were sort of basically saying was we're going to pinch foster carers from IFAs and put them into ours. So my point is, I suppose we've tried many, many different ways to recruit foster carers. So how are we confident that we're going to be able to recruit more foster carers now compared to 3 years ago when we were doing all that work?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, it is increasingly challenging. There is a real push from the government and this idea of regional fostering hubs, which we're involved in looking at, being involved in how that would work and how that will help us recruit foster carers. We also know from the work we've done with our in-house carers, some of whom have come over to us from IFAs, we've listened to them about the things that really make a difference, really want them to foster, makes them want to foster for Leicestershire. And some of the complexities around the fees that we pay, some of the complexities of having that more therapeutic support that can come into play early are key things that those carers feed back to us. They are things that nationally there is a focus from the Department of Education to support local authorities to do this.
So can we do this in-house, or do we need Newton to achieve any of these 4 ones you've outlined?
I think that the areas, reassuringly for me and the department, the areas we'd identified were areas when Newton have come in and worked alongside us. They've confirmed are the areas that we need to focus on. I'm confident that the department is wholeheartedly behind these areas of efficiency. I think the benefit of having worked with Newton before that Newton will bring is that expertise, that more challenge on the pace of change, the depth to which we can go with that change, and some of the data analysis work will be of benefit to us.
Thank you. Mr. Bulls, I've got you first.
Thank you very much, Sharon, and thank you so much for explaining that. Obviously, it's quite complex, and obviously, the rate at which we can affect change is quite limited, actually, reading through this. There's a couple of things. Firstly, we talked a lot about change and transition, and I think one of the biggest issues across, and I could probably comment on every single one, but I won't, I'll restrict it to here, is that it won't be a problem, actually, making the change. It will bring people along like we've identified, and the simple fact is because you're going to have to alter how people do their job fundamentally. And a case in point is every single one of these, because what you're going to have to do, regardless, is alter the tolerance at which you can do your job. So we aim for best in class, but ultimately you'll have to reduce that slightly potentially because you're trying to encourage a different way of working. And I think this is very much the case here. So when we talk about reunification with families, I'm assuming that's the ambition. It is. I know it is. I've sat in scrutiny and we've heard that's always the ambition to try and get children back into the family setting, like with family relatives of some sort. So if that's already the ambition, how can we encourage more? The only way in my mind to do that is to lower slightly the tolerance on which that is acceptable. So is there a different way to manage it, a different way to do it? And ultimately that means reducing the quality of service we do. Still excellent, still well within safety grounds and everything else, but you're going to have to lower that ultimately to achieve that aim because you're already trying to do it. That's already our ambition. So that's my worry. We're going to lower our standards to do this, and it's not about savings ultimately. It's about what we deliver to our service providers. There's always going to be a payoff between the two because you can't do both at the same time. Another one there, and I did smile a little bit because obviously we're talking about trying to identify problems before they start. That's a huge part of this. Weaved into every single one, and way before I came back to Leicestershire, I was in London at this point, but obviously one of the best ways to do that was things like Sure Start centres or children's centres, which we don't have anymore. And that was at the bedrock of identifying them early and finding them. And it seems to me, reading through this, we are at the mercy of previous decisions because if we had those in place, we could find them quicker, we could intervene quicker, we could help and support parents before it got too deep. And I think these are the problems we're now seeing. Decisions made previously are catching up with us, and this is going to be, I guess, a case in point as we go through this because there's a lineage between decisions made previously and where we are now, and that's not like I wasn't here, but it seems that some decisions made have ultimately led us to where we are now, and I think that's just a fact. So my question really is, how can we guarantee we're still offering the best service we can whilst acknowledging we're going to have to change the parameters, maybe some of the decisions we're making to achieve it, because we are going to have to.
Just about the Sure Stuff, then obviously we've got the family hubs now, which is a much wider and breadth of work, so we're probably picking children up earlier because midwives, newborns are in those family hubs than we would have been at Sure Start. I know Mandeep, do you want to go back to Sharon first? Okay, do you want to go and then I'll go to Mandeep?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, because it's been mentioned, I'll go to the family hubs first. So yeah, and my reference to the Best Start in Life and our plan, our work around 1001 critical days and school ready is very much linked into our family hubs. And those family hubs are very much linked into our work around family first partnership. So we are ensuring and driving with all our partner agencies, because the local authority can't do this on their own, that synergy between all of those programs, so there's not a stop and start, and there's learning and the sharing of information. So families are identified before baby's born, those that need support. I was out at a family centre last week, a family hub, last week, talking to a parent who had 2 children previously removed who are in care, and has 2 younger children who were with her that she successfully kept with her. And she was talking to me about the difference and the support that the family hubs and the services have given us. So there are changes and there are ways, and we have to believe that for lots and most people, they are able to change with that right level of support. I do understand the question and the reference around will our standards have to reduce. What I would say to you is we have been focusing on not reducing standards, but looking at a different way of approaching some issues with families. So beneath our reunification work, we have been improving over the last 18 months, 2 years, our family time with those families of children in care, and looking at how we assess and how we work with those parents and family members differently. So we haven't reduced our standards. We've looked at a different way of working with them to enable them, where it's safe to do so, to care for their children. And really clear to the Commission today that we are not doing any of this entering into where we would make unsafe decisions for children. This is about us knowing from evidence base that where for a lot of children in care as they get older, they gravitate back towards family members. Adults change things that they may not have been able to do when the children were babies. They're able to do with the passing of time as children become older. It's about finding those opportunities and working alongside them. But it's not an either or. It doesn't mean we're looking at those children going home and we won't be supporting them. We and our partner agencies will be supporting those families.
To say, obviously, I've lived in a foster house. My wife adopted and fostered and things. And I think the reality is often, and we know this again, we spoke about it, post 18, there's a drop off in the care that many authorities are able to give to care leavers, if you like. And I think that's why they often go back to their families. And that's just anecdotal evidence I've experienced in many families.
Yeah.
So I think I admire the drive and the ambition. I'm just very conscious that the reality is quite different for many families. And it was never about not being safe. It was more about how can we ensure we keep that high quality. So
yeah. Did you want to come in, Mandeep?
Sorry, yes, just a couple of things to add to what Sharon's mentioned. I think the first is we talked about foster carers, and Chair, I think you referenced the fact that previously lots of work had been done to increase the number of foster carers that recruit, and it is a national problem that obviously Sharon mentioned. I think for me 2 points in this. One is some of the solutions that I talked through in the benefits proposal refer to the fact it's also about the support that we offer our foster carers. Sharon touched on it in terms of that therapeutic support. So it's not just about how do we recruit foster carers, how do we provide that right support for when they're in there. And I think for me, this, like many of the benefits proposals, that talks to one of the reasons for why some of the opportunity is backloaded. This isn't about let's just go out tomorrow and suddenly recruit a load more. That's not possible. This is about designing a new support offer for foster carers based on what is best for them. And I think as you referenced, Councillor, the thing that gives them the support that enables them to support those children best, that's not a quick solution and therefore takes that time. To just touch on reunification and a question around thresholds. So what the evidence pointed to was a number of things, but it isn't actually around the threshold for children and young people, or around if we reduce that threshold, more children access reunification. It talks to how do we identify those children and young people early that could benefit from it. And sort of, I think the phrase is always like thinking about reunification right from the very beginning rather than just as they enter our care. And the second, as Sharon's referenced as well, is for children and young people, it's what's the support on offer to those families as we reunify them, not they've suddenly left our care and actually that's it. It's what's that ongoing support, and as Sharon referenced, not just from the local authority, but from the wider system. And designing that wider system support is also something that is important and takes time. So that's the second thing to mention. And then third, around prevention, we just talked about both family hubs and children's centres in the past. I think, again, in reference to the fact that some of these opportunities are going to take a design and take a little bit longer. And I think there was a point referenced earlier around some of these opportunities, why didn't they exist a couple of years ago? I think prevention is a really good example of two things that have changed massively in the past 3 years. The first are the reforms and the direction in which that sets out. That didn't exist 3 years ago, and all the funding attached to that Sharon's mentioned. I think the second is around data. Now, data has existed obviously for a number of years, but what we're able to do with data today is fundamentally different to 2-3 years ago. Now, lots of people in the room, obviously AI is such a massive buzzword. Practically, if I bring that to life, the ability to join up data between different partners is now possible in a way that wasn't a number of years ago. The fact that we can now join up data and use that to identify children, young people and families that are most at risk is now possible in a way it wasn't a couple of years ago. But again, to do that in now takes the time to be able to design that. So there are practical things that I think are different now compared to where they were a couple of years ago that enables us to access opportunities like that. And that, coupled with the massive government reform and drive around Families First, also gives us a unique opportunity around that as well.
Thank you, that's really helpful. Mr. Poland, you're next.
Thank you. I'll take a couple of the points if that's okay. First of all, on reunification, returning children to their families if it is safe to do so. I mean, the big question that initially came to me is why were we not doing that already? Surely we only ever kept children in care for the absolute minimum amount of time that was required. It's long been known that obviously children are better off in a family environment, and if it is safe within their own families. So that we've had to bring in returning children to families if it's safe to do so as a measure now concerns me quite a lot, if I'm honest about that, because that shouldn't be a reform. That should be just working practice from day one. Okay, and it sort of linked from the previous comment in terms of the use of data, being able to join it up in a way we've not been before. Does that mean it's a data exercise? So we look at the stats on a spreadsheet and go, okay, now that kid's okay to go back. Because surely it would be the case that I'm not an expert by any stretch in this, but surely it's the case that you know the children, you know the families, you visit, you talk to police, you talk to other schools perhaps, and you go, right, what is the situation? And then you take a judgment on that. And again, surely that's not something. I mean, I'm a big pro AI guy, but I don't see that as something that AI would do. That's surely a human thing that you sort of link up there. The second point is about the again family-based placements versus children's homes. I mean, the stat that really staggered me, that is £800 per week per child for foster care, but did you say it's £10,000 a week per child for? I mean, the immediate some of the first question of that was, how do we attract new foster carers? Because again, this is something that we've been trying for donkey's years to do for the same reasons, because that's the best sort of environment for a child, putting aside the finances of it. My second, the figures there are astounding to me. I mean, literally, we could pay a family £5,000 a week and still half the cost of it. It's not just about finances, but if it's that big a difference, again, why is it that why the disparity? Why have we not looked at this years ago? I guess it would be another question, because if it's that big a difference, you just sort of look and you go, I mean, you can put them on that's staggering, that difference. I get sometimes it's the case where you have extremely high needs, like really extreme. Get that? Is that what we're talking about here? And if not, as I say, it's perhaps something that we should have been doing.
Just to pick up, Mr. Poland, on page 3, the last 4 years, the dates in there, we did 9, 2, 8 and 6. So it has been happening a long time, reunification. So we have been doing it for a long time. It's in the documents.
So I guess then the question is, with all of that work undertaken, is there anything in that's been done as a result of Newton that we weren't already doing, or we couldn't have realistically done already?
Yeah, I'll try and answer that in sections, so I make sure that I cover hopefully everything that you're asking. The work around unification and children only being on our care when they need to be has always been a fundamental part of our work. What we have got, and what we've got evidence of over time and the work we've done, is that by increasing and improving on a multi-agency basis the support to adults and families, so some of the work that I outlined as part of the Family First programme and working with parents, not all our parents, but a lot of parents do have a combination of mental health, substance misuse or domestic abuse issues. So there has been running alongside and running through the centre of our work that understanding and additional work with adults. So that is improving all the time, improving with our partners, and it is placing us in a position where we can do more with those adults. to help them, support them to look after their children. In relation to, we have always been looking at when children can return home, but we've focused work over the last 18 months, 2 years, on how we build on family time. So how we build on that time that children and families, children in our care and families get to spend together, to utilise that time more, for it not just to be the time they see each other, which is valuable and is great, but how do we build on that to establish, develop better relationships, work with them on parenting, work with them on how they can care for their children. We've done a lot of work on that over the last 18 months, 2 years, which now places us in a better position. It was the fundamental backbone to our reunification strategy that we launched this year. So it's not a case of we've not done something, we're now going to do it. It's a case of we've done things successfully. We want to build on that and build on that to offer that opportunity when it's safe to do for more children. You could say that we're on that journey with that work, and what is the difference that Newton has brought to that work. What I'd hoped I'd said earlier, and apologies if it wasn't strong enough, is what Newton bring to us with this work and with the other benefits proposal is that pace and expertise of change management that supports the professional experts within the service to bring about some of those changes. And I think one, and you'll hear from my colleagues about their areas, but for those proposal benefits within children, although each of them are a standalone programme, the interdependency between each of them and the success of each of them on the impact in the success of the others is really intertwined, and that's where Newton brings some of that support. So they might not necessarily bring it in as great a quantity to one of the benefits proposals as they do to the others, but the success of all of those things means a greater success of each of the benefits proposals. So I'm hoping that answers the questions, but I am happy to take any other questions.
Did you want to come in, Mandeep?
Yes, just to add to what Sharon said, and I think the starting place, I can see lots of questions are sort of around why haven't we done this before. I guess the starting place, I just want to say, and this is true for all of the areas of children's, objectively, when you look at the benchmarking, children's have one of the lowest number of children in care per 10,000 in the country and compared to that neighbours. When you look at the utilisation of existing foster carers, it is one of the highest in the country. When you look at and referenced in the benefits proposals, there are already, not only are there children and young people going home via reunification each year, there is already a target within the EMTFS to increase that. There is already lots of great work happening within children's services. A lot of what we've discussed in these benefit proposals is how do we go further and beyond that in a way that other local authorities just aren't necessarily doing. So we have picked some of the best bits of best practice from various different areas. The question is, how do you bring all of that together? And as Sharon said, the interdependency between all of these is critical. And I think, Councillor, you referenced obviously the significant gap in the cost of residential care versus cost of fostering, and you raised the point around why can't we just pay foster carers more. I think if it was all as easy as that, we probably wouldn't be sat here today. And the real question is how do you break a market that's fundamentally been broken for so many years in a way that even the government has recognised is broken through some of the announcements last year? But also, what is it that you're actually offering foster carers? Just because you're paying them more doesn't fundamentally mean the support to those children and young people is different. And I think it's that's when you get into the crux of it. It's what needs to be different for children and young people, and how do you design that? And as Sharon said, I think it's the expertise and the knowledge within in the service is brilliant. It's how get to this point. It's some of these proposals here are going to push Leicestershire into a space that other local authorities just aren't at the moment. And sort of, again, that's one of the reasons for the timelines being as they are, but for the benefits proposals being laid out in the way they are. But I just want to reflect the fact is we absolutely recognise where Leicestershire start from, and not only does the objective evidence point to that, but the time spent working with Leicestershire colleagues demonstrates that as well.
Thank you, and thank you just for highlighting that there's been a lot of good work done in the past, so we haven't just sat on our laurels and done absolutely nothing. So it's good to actually hear the experts agree with that first. Do you mind, Mr. Welly, if I go, because I've got lots of speakers and we are running out of time, so we need to move on. Mrs. Bottomley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for inviting me here today. I do have some questions on some of the details. And one of my first ones was I was a little bit nervous reading the idea of setting a target of how many children we like step down when it comes to care, purely because I think when we set targets, we run the risk of starting to work towards those targets rather than really focusing on the child. So it might be a case that some year we can step down more, than it might be a case in some years we just can't, it's not safe. And it puts us in a position where we're potentially failing by our own metrics by keeping the children as safe as possible. So that made me a little bit nervous when I read that. I did also have the concerns as other people have raised. There's a lot of emphasis on recruitment, particularly in reference to the Mockingbird model, which I thought looked really promising and a really interesting thing to explore. But how feasible is it when we are struggling with recruitment? It's a national issue. Is this something we really can pull off? There was reference to a suggestion of educational psychologists as therapeutic leads over like a clinical psychologist, and I wasn't really sure what the kind of rationale was there or why we'd go for educational psychologists over a clinical psychologist. There's also a lot of reliance on buy-in from other agencies. Obviously, we have to work really well together. Do we have, the evidence that they are willing and are on board to work with us on these changes? Because obviously, it's going to fall apart if they don't. And from my kind of experience, I have worked in children's homes, I have family that work in foster care. One of the biggest issues we've always had is, the MDT meetings and kind of streamlining the support available. I've sat in meetings where we're talking about a child and everyone's going, oh, are you responsible for this? Or do they need to go here? And when we're asking families to do that, it's no wonder that things kind of fall apart. Is that streamlining process, it kind of felt like it was referenced, but it wasn't really clear how we were going to make it easier for families and carers and the children themselves to access the support they need and to make it really obvious who they go to when. Thank you.
Just to let members know, we're going to take a comfort break when we finish with children's because lots of members are going off, so we'll take a small comfort break after we finish with children's. Sharon.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, and thank you. In relation to the numbers, to give some reassurance, we haven't sat down and looked at numbers to equal money, and then we look at how we work a proposal. Our benefits proposals are all fundamentally worked on evidence-based information, both locally and nationally, about what makes a difference for children, as well as listening to the children and families in Leicestershire and getting their feedback into our service development and design. When we've done that and when we've looked at that design, we have looked in detail what the implications of that are on numbers of children, and we've therefore set the target and had lots of debates and with Newton within the service about how we set those targets and how realistic those targets are, because we do have to have a target, we do have to think what's achievable, but fundamentally we've worked from what's right for children and what we can achieve for children first and foremost. And I can give assurances that while there is confidence rating on the targets, we will never chase a target at the risk of a child's safety and well-being. That fundamentally comes first and foremost to us, and it's something that we're proud of, and we're proud that when we've been inspected, that's been seen throughout the duration of all our services. So it's not just something we say, it's something that's evidence, and I'd want to give reassurance about those numbers. In relation to other agencies as part of our safeguarding partnership, but also as part of the Family First programme, are signed up to this new model and way of working. We have seconded a police officer and a health representative into our work. So when we're developing and designing how we're going to deliver things around that programme of work, our partners around the table doing that with us, as our education colleagues within the department. So it's not being designed in isolation, and we're hoping that we'll bring our partners on board later. They are fundamentally in the design and what is delivered of them. And we do have the benefit of the government pushing the reforms and holding us all to account around those reforms. So that is something that is fundamental. In relation to the psychologists, we were exploring and want to explore what are the qualities and background and experience that a psychologist brings to children, and whether that is clinical psychology or an education psychology could provide those levels of needs. Often our children, as we would understand, have issues around attachment, security, they have issues around their learning and the impact on their life experiences have on them being ready to learn. So a lot of the skill set that an educational psychologist has would meet the needs of those children. But in the design phase and in the work, we want to be open to who best meets those needs. So that's why we've referenced those two. And fundamental to all this work is the central part that families play and children play in that work. So the work around our direct work with them, our statutory requirements, around meetings we have, child in need meetings, child protection meetings, statutory reviews for children in care, are all about bringing the key people together with the parents as appropriate, with the child as appropriate, depending on their age, and engaging them at the centre of what that plan needs to be. And that's all fundamental to our care planning. So keeping families and children at the heart, making sure that we understand exactly what it is that will help them the most, is how we do that. So yeah, I'm hoping that answers the questions. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. King.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm not looking to drag this on too much, but in terms of so just to talk about this reunification of children with families, obviously, I welcome if the approach is going to be we try to get children, we start thinking from day one about how we get children back to their families, because at the end of the day, children with their parents is the best solution for all families, where they're able to be brought up safely without any problems. So appreciate a small number of children. So as has been said, but in the report, we have one of the lowest number of children in care. We have some. What this concerns me is this target, and Mr. Bulls and one or two others have mentioned. What's concerning me is the average in the last 4 years is 6.5. You haven't actually achieved 10 reunifications in the last 4 years. That's a massive, quite a large increase, and also that's all relevant to the children, and that's obviously so. What I'm concerned about is, are we going to get into this mantra of, well, we need to meet the target, so we're going to, and it's almost like dropping standards. Is it dropping standards because we're going to be so focused on meeting targets and achieving those targets, because otherwise we're not going to be making the savings of this money that we need to save, according to what we've heard earlier, and that's the concern I have. So just moving on to the other thing. Three things. So first of all, about commissioning for the future. Yeah, absolutely agree. We need to have better commissioning. £10,000 a week, Mr. Poland. How about 35? If you're a really problematic child, a young person, it's £2 million a year or more in a placement, and we have a few of those, as we explored at a scrutiny meeting not that long ago. And one of the offshoots of that situation, where we are paying eye-watering amounts of money for children in care, is the fact that across Leicestershire, we have, in my view, inappropriate planning applications for conversion of residential dwellings from C to C3, I think it is, to children's homes, in my division, which I won't go into because it's subject to an appeal at the planning inspectorate. But you ended up with, and quite a lot of these have been rejected by planners and they've been rejected by planning inspectors. So we don't seem to have a plan, excuse the pun, not intended, and so that I think would be really welcome if we do have a commissioning strategy of where we're going to have these facilities, and so we're not getting ripped off by speculators and corporate people. So that's that. In terms of the all the rest of it, I mean, it's all very reliant on, basically individuals and how they respond to things. And I'm not looking for a detailed answer. I'm just making some points. And I'm just really concerned that while you say it's a high and a medium, I'm not convinced. I think some of this it's all reliant on the existing caseload. If the caseload starts to creep but carries on creeping up, then these savings are blown out the window, and I don't think they're that deliverable in my view. I think they're going to be really difficult to do, even allowing for the long lead time and all those things, because you can't predict what people are going to do. And that brings me finally to the use of AI and this predictive. I'm really concerned about this actually, because it reminds me a bit of the film Minority Reports, where they try to predict who's going to commit a murder. And and they're going to have this bunch of people who are going to appear before it happens to stop it happening. And that's the thing that it flashed into my mind. And I'm really concerned about this. Not because I don't think using AI is appropriate, but I'm just wondering how, well, first of all, is the ethical side of this. Who's reviewing, keeping this, actually oversighting this and making sure that it's not being used inappropriately. And that's where there's something, and not just about children and young people, but obviously other services as well, because how do we know the AI modeling isn't going to be targeting certain groups of people, be used to particular demographics or ethnicity? That's a really important thing, and I'm not clear about that. Thank you, Chair.
I'm not sure if there was a question in there, but
Well, it was.
somewhere. Very quickly, and then we'll take a break.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. And apologies, I thought I'd hoped I'd covered the first point in my answer to the other questions, so real apologies if I hadn't. But to give real reassurance that we work from an evidence base of what's right for children and families. We've looked at that evidence base, we've looked at what's achievable, we've looked at how we can improve on our working with children and families, and then we've looked at the figures and the data to go with that. We have never ever started from let's have a figure. That is not what we're about. I can reassure you, in children and families, it's not what's expected of us from a statutory point of view, but it most definitely as a department is not something that we work to. So I hope that I can reassure you on that point, and I'm happy to bring further assurance around that area to any committee or that's necessary. In relation to the commissioning question, we have a market position statement, so we provide that, we produce that on a regular basis, that looks at what sufficiency is needed for our children and young people in Leicestershire. We work to that, that is part of the work that led to a key part of our partnership with Bernardo's, where we've been developing and establishing a number of our own homes run by Bernardo's that are for Leicestershire children. And the smarter commissioning strategy is about how we develop that further, whether that's with Bernardo's or whether that's with another provider, whether we develop that in-house or whether we go to the market. But that is the best way of getting the right level of support and provision for our children. And it's the right way of driving down those fees, because nationally the government have acknowledged and have written something into the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Act around how they're going to help support driving some of those fees that are there. So, because you're quite right that for children with very, very complex needs, the weekly cost is much higher than the £10,000. In relation to AI, just to give some assurance, AI is not being used by the service or the department to identify children and families. We identify those children and families and will identify them through the work that I've talked about with the Best Start in Life, all the way through the family hubs, how we work together with partners. So families that health are concerned about can be identified. I was at a meeting last week with a local GP who's worked with one of our family hubs to identify those families that are turning up at the GP surgery time after time with issues that are not really a medical issue, that they may medicate for or provide a medical answer for, but they know that it's not a long-term solution. And they've worked closely with our services in the family hubs to put somebody into the surgery who can have that discussion and link those families into better services to meet those children's needs. So that's how we will and continue to identify the children. I think Mandeep, and I know he can speak for himself, where the AI issue is how some of those data sets are probably pulling together to give evidence. But I will reassure you, we are not feeding into a big computer somewhere some statistics and pulling out a list of families. That's not how we identify our children and families.
Okay. Did you want?
I will give the shortest answer since I recognise I'm in between everyone and the break. But just to build on what Sharon said, there's probably three things to mention. The first is, as Sharon said, if the ability to bring data together, and bearing in mind that particularly within children's services, like lots of services, there is a huge amount of data captured around children and young people, means that we aren't missing anyone. What Sharon described is a brilliant approach, but you are 100% reliant on people talking to each other. The ability of data just reinforces that to make sure that we are able to do that. The second thing is, and I think what I won't refer too much to the Minority Report film, but automated decision making is not something that you would look to utilize within this. There are lots of sectors where automated decision making is helpful, not particularly within the public sector or not within children's services, because all of this is dependent upon ultimately that child and young person at the centre of it, where you need to retain. Finish with that, Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. We'll bring this bit to a close. We'll have a 5-minute comfort break, and then we'll come back and do adults with John.
Okay, thank you everyone. Welcome back after our comfort break. So we're going straight to John Wilson, Director of Adults, to run through his pieces. So over to you, John.
Thank you, Chair. I shall go straight into the 4 areas, if that's okay. So the first area of opportunity in adults is what we've termed independence outside of residential care. So this particular proposal is looking at people who are over the age of 65 who are potentially being placed into residential care, 24-hour residential care settings. We place around about 900 people a year in Leicestershire. We're not particularly an outlier in that number if you look at the sort of per head population, but the numbers are increasing, and over the last 3 years they have been going up. So there's a sort of an incline. So we're looking at the opportunities that we might be able to take that would enable people to remain in their own homes for longer. The 2 main areas that we're focusing on are additional carer support. So can we put wraparound care around carers to enable them to continue to look after their loved ones for longer, which might delay the point at which that person would require 24-hour care or could avoid 24-hour care. And then the second area is, are there alternatives in terms of settings of care, in terms of where people live, that could support them to live more independently? And the area that we're looking at there is extra care as an alternative to residential care. You'll notice in the benefit proposal that there is a fairly low confidence value on this one, 25%. The reason for that is simply that this is an area that is quite complex. When we're having conversations with people moving into 24-hour care, this is a life-changing decision. People don't take these decisions lightly. People are anguished about these kind of decisions. It's often last resort for families. So the opportunity to have that conversation and to encourage a family to remain at home with their loved one with extra support is an area that we just want to test out feasibility of doing that. And in terms of the extra care, the reason for the low confidence is simply that we do not have the extra care available at the moment in Leicestershire. We would have to build it, we'd have to develop it, work with providers. It would take us 2 to 3 years. And therefore, within the current MTFS period, the opportunity is limited, albeit that if we were to progress down that route in the next MTFS periods, as we go through into 31, 32 and beyond, additional savings then accrue. So that's the reason why you'll see as a £500,000 saving, which represents 25% confidence level. Full confidence level would obviously be £2 million. So that's the first of the adults one. If you want to just run through all 4 and then, yeah, okay. So moving on from that one is the next potentially more exciting opportunity, which is around targeted prevention. So again, this is aimed predominantly at people who are over the age of 65. And it's looking at the opportunity to prevent people from requiring adult social care services in the future, or at least to reduce and delay the point at which they require those services. We know that in Leicestershire, despite the fact that we are a low spending authority on older adults, we do have a higher number per head of population of older adults receiving services than do similar authorities across the country. And those older adults are receiving services, but they are receiving fairly low level services. So the opportunity here is to say, are there things that we could do to identify people ahead of them approaching us for long-term support that would enable them to remain independent without support from the council, possibly with support of others? So it might be the voluntary sector, it might be other organisations, it might be other statutory partners, but without the need for social care support. So the question then being, how do we identify who those people are and how do we support them? So in terms of identifying those people, we've done around about 200 case reviews of older adults, looking at what precursed their approach to adult social care or to the council. We've identified 2 particular cohorts of people that we'd want to focus on. The first are people who are experiencing falls, and falls is often a precursor to reaching out for parent support. And the second is people who have increasing cognitive decline, which is another area where families then begin to struggle in terms of being able to continue to care for people. So we're looking at how we could identify those people. And we know, for example, that on average, looking at the fourth cohort, before people go on to receive long-term support, they have 3 or 4 contacts with the council. One contact or another for one reason or another. So there's an opportunity there that we can look at. There are also opportunities that other partners will have in terms of, and this goes back to some of the conversation earlier around children's services, but there are triangulation points. So there will be information that's held by other partners, be that voluntary sector partners, be it housing departments, be it revenues and benefits departments, be it waste collection departments, be it NHS colleagues. If we bring that information together, can we identify people who are on a path to increasing services? And if we can identify them, can we contact them? Can we get ahead of the game? And can we start to put low-level services in that might prevent longer-term services in the future? So it's generally speaking, this is not an area that is well trodden in terms of adult social care. There are 1 or 2 authorities across the country who are kind of pioneering this work, and obviously we will build on the back of that. But it is an area of future focus nationally, and it's something that we certainly need to progress. Third area in adults is looking at commissioning. So we know that in Leicestershire, we have a relatively small care market, particularly in terms of things like residential care and nursing care. Possibly the smallest, or second smallest market in the country for an authority of our size. So we have fewer beds than do others. What that means is that whilst we have sufficiency overall, so we're not struggling to find beds for people, generally speaking. So there is overall sufficiency across the county. There are places in the county that it's more difficult than others. So there are supply and demand issues in different parts of the county. And what that leads to then is differential costings and of placements across the county. So in some areas of the county, it costs us more to place people than it does in other areas of the county. In some areas of the county, it's more difficult to place somebody near a home than it is in other areas of the county. And we are, to a degree, led by the market in terms of where placements are and cost of placements. So what this proposal is looking to do is to say, is there an opportunity to invest in the market? It's not something we've done before in Leicestershire. We haven't intervened really in the market. We've let the market sort of determine its own course. So this is an opportunity to say, could we invest and could we work with an investment partner over the long term to bring investment into Leicestershire, whereby an investor would build the bricks and mortar of a care home. We would then lease it as a council with a guarantee, obviously, return for the investor over a long period of time. So it's a fairly low level, no, it's not low level, it's quite high level of investment. It's quite a low level of risk in terms of the fact that you've got a county council who is essentially leasing your investment over a period of years. We then sublet to a provider of services. We don't want to necessarily provide the services ourselves. We think that there are other organisations who are better placed to actually deliver the care. We would potentially get a return in terms of those leasing arrangements. So, lease at 6%, sublet at 7%, for example. So there's an income stream for the council. We would then also have an opportunity to work with whoever we are partnering with in terms of the delivery of care to say, if we're helping you to deliver 50, 60, 70 beds of care in a particular care home, we would like 30% of those beds at the council's usual rates. So it's an affordable rate to the council. It allows the provider then to sell the remaining beds on the private market, and they can obviously then determine their own profit margin for that. So it's an opportunity that we are looking to develop into a full business case. At this stage, obviously, we need to engage with the investment market. We need to engage with the provider market. We need to see whether there were willing partners to work with the council over a number of years. There would be a significant level of investment if we were to take this forward, because if you're looking at developing a care home, you're looking at 10 to 15 million pounds capital cost. We'd be looking at developing potentially up to 10 or 12 of them over a number of years. So it's a large scale investment into the market. It would be something that this market in Leicestershire hasn't seen for some considerable time. We'd need to develop a full business case out. We need to work with finance colleagues and with members to assure that business case. So at this point, you'll see that the opportunity is sort of 1.5 million. If it were to go forward, if it were to be developed out, the opportunity is potentially much bigger than that. It's probably 12 to 15 million. The last opportunity in adults is working with working age adults. So people with disabilities, people with mental ill health, looking at maximising their independence. We already do this to a large degree. So we already have an MTFS saving of 1.7 million. Looking at how we can ensure that people's care packages are providing them with the support they need, but are also encouraging them to be as independent as they can be. Working with Newton colleagues, we've looked at the existing work that we're doing, and Newton colleagues have suggested that there may be ways to stretch that beyond 1.7 million. So and potentially an additional extra £1 million on top. It's looking at settings of care. It's looking at whether the person is in the right setting. So if they're in 24-hour residential care, could they be in supported living? If they're in supported living, could they be in step-down accommodation? Could they be in normal choice-based lettings, for example? Are people getting the right level of support that they need? Are people getting more support? Is that support creating dependency? Are there opportunities with care technology and other forms of equipment to support people in different ways going forward into the future? So it's essentially looking at making sure that everybody gets a very regular review, and more regular reviews than they're currently getting. So it's investing in our reviewing capacity. It's looking at developing new enablement teams that would work with people with disabilities in the same way that we do re-ablement with older people. It's working with people who have disabilities to do the first enablement work. So it's investing in that area and potentially making people more independent, but also at the same time reducing the costs to the local authority of long-term care provision. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, questions. Mr. Piper and then Mr. Mear.
Thank you, Chair. I was listening with great intent to your idea about building your own nursing homes. And I wondered, actually, I was actually talking to one of my colleagues about actually the council building homes for children in the previous part. The problem I have is that the way you described it about getting somebody else to do the funding sounded very much like PFI, which was not a great success. It was a very expensive exercise. So is that what you're thinking about doing? And if so, I'm guessing that would come under more severe scrutiny than this is.
I may defer to my finance colleagues, but no, certainly not thinking about a PFI model. It's more looking at, there are markets where people like pension funds or other kind of investment organised funds are looking for long-term, low-risk investment. So they have capital, they want to invest, they don't particularly want to invest in anything which could present a major risk to their investors, but over a 20-30 year kind of investment, they may be willing to put capital up front to develop out a property. They're not really interested in running it, they're not interested in the operations, all they want is a return. Similarly, the council could go it alone. We could go down the traditional route of borrowing through the PWLB, I guess, if that's something that we wanted to do. And we could develop that ourselves. We could own the bricks and mortar ourselves if that was something we wanted to do. But I don't know, definitely.
So there are going to be similarities with PFI, both sort of looking at sort of long-term infrastructure, attracting sort of different capitals into a kind of a market where there's a bit of market failure. But the difference, and John has kind of alluded to it, is there's quite a few choices around here, and it's within our gift rather than kind of with PFI. A lot of the sort of the difficulties came from sort of the Treasury mandated risk transfer that got really, really expensive and really, really restrictive on what you could actually do. Whereas John's touched on it, there's still a lot of choices at this stage. Do we go out ourselves and put the capital in ourselves? We don't see that risk transfer being kind of beneficial, or do you try and get a pension fund to do it? And it's more kind of John's influence on the kind of the supply of customers to these properties is where we unlock our value. So at this stage, we've got a lot of options, and it'll be sort of market testing. Will be the sort of first point of call. You know, which ones do we have to do, or we put capital at risk, or which ones we can do with just influence in the market.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I will follow on the PFI in a moment, but I just wanted to comment on John's presentation first. And I think thank you very much, John, for the presentation. I've sat on your committee for about 8 years, I think, probably longer, and I'm confident that what you say is possible and deliverable. And that's no disrespect to any of the other officers. It's just the committee that I've sat in and seen the things that have come through. So it's just one of those where actually I'm going to focus on actually the timeline rather than the deliverability of it. The timeline is, and if we use the last example, it takes a long time to get any building or planning permission and then build it or secure the finance and etc. and etc. Yeah, it's in here that we're going to do it potentially in 28, 29. Is that realistic? Is that not? You know, but I like the idea. You know, the idea is there. I don't like the idea of BlackRock doing it or PFI doing it. I think if a pension fund came in, maybe our own pension fund, if the rules were relaxed, because there is, you know, a steady supply of it. So the feasibility aspect of it is there, but I just don't think the timeline and what we're trying to achieve in this short space of time is realistic. Thank you.
No, I think that's a fair point. Clearly, we need to develop out a full business case, as I've said. We need to engage with partners. We need to go through the approvals and the planning processes. It is unlikely that there would be a major saving much before the end of the current MTFS period. It is much more of an investment into the future, I think.
Can I just
just quickly on the point on timing, it's mimicking kind of the normal sort of traditional funding model. So what it's saying basically, if a provider wants to open a care home on a certain day, actually for a year before that, they're having to borrow the money, incur the cost, and all the sort of the saving is built on is just assuming that if we provide that funding in there, you get a return on that capital a year before opening. So that's why it creates a little bit of a disconnect. But do take your point. We're kind of this is the one that's at the most extreme end of kind of conceptual versus kind of designed up. So it is fair to challenge the timing.
And is this the one, because your titles I've got here don't correspond to what you said. So it says the opportunity will be less attractive post LGR as a number of delivery mechanisms are only attractive at scale. Is that this one you're talking about? So it's basically saying smaller councils will struggle to achieve. So what Mr. Mears just said, it's delay happening, but if we then split into smaller councils, this is not going to work anyway. So is that what you're talking about under this one?
So potentially, yes. So potentially, if you were working with a partner, for example, if you were looking to develop a relationship with a long-term investment partner, it's more likely they would see that as being a more promising proposition if you were wanting to build 10 care homes than if you were wanting to build 3 or 4 care homes, for example. That said, there is nothing to stop authorities working collectively and collegiately and having an investment proposal across more than one authority.
Thank you. Mrs. Bottomley.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. My first one was about maximising the independence for working age adults. I felt a little bit uncomfortable reading it because it feels like the underlying assumption is that we are over supporting people. And having worked in care, I've always kind of felt like dignity in care was ensuring you were giving the correct level of care. You're not being like over supporting, but also making sure their needs are met. How have we kind of come to the conclusion that we potentially are supporting people, and who is determining that we are potentially over supporting people, so we are able to kind of step down that support? Because I did also notice that one of the reports mentioned that this will be perceived as a cut. We are cutting care, and that could be a risk in how people, how staff like it, how we like it, and actually how it's experienced by residents. I also noticed that it was mentioning assistive technologies, and I was just wondering if we could have a few more details as to what they might be. Again, having worked in care, I can't think of anything that could have kind of taken any of my job role away. I was predominantly there, to help with hygiene and help with medicine, to help with cooking and cleaning. Other than maybe like a robot Hoover, I couldn't really figure out what might help there. I was also a little bit concerned when we talk about changing the trigger points of when reviews take place. Is this going to risk some people with lifelong disabilities constantly having to prove what their needs and their disabilities are? Because that is exhausting for people who go through that. I know there were previous issues with PIP where people felt like they were constantly having to, demonstrate their leg hadn't grown back. And it just feels like we are potentially risking going down that route if we are constantly reevaluating people who do have lifelong issues. So, yeah, thank you.
Yes. So first thing to say is that for that particular proposal, so of all of the proposals, that's the one where we have people who have existing care packages as opposed to new people entering the care system, if you like. And we can't change anybody's existing care package without having an individual review with that individual and their carers and any other person that has an interest. So we have to go through that individual review process with everybody. And we will only reduce the care when it's considered by the review team and the individuals and their carers to be the right option for people. So we're not looking to take care away from people without their consent. We're not looking to take care away from people without having understood their care needs and developed a support plan that addresses those care needs. This is something that we do every year, every week, every year. So we are constantly undertaking these kind of reviews with people. This is a more kind of structured approach. So we are looking at through this process to take a more structured approach to saying, actually, could we be more focused? Could we be more goal oriented with people? Do we always have that approach with individuals? And it's not, not with all individuals, because there'll be some people, as you probably know, who have very complex needs, who it just wouldn't be appropriate. But for some people, having that kind of approach where you say, well, what's our target in 6 months? Where do we want to be? What support do you need to achieve your goals in the next 6 months? And then, in terms of the technology, well, the technology is advancing all of the time. And certainly it's a field that is opening up new opportunities all of the time. But even some of the technology which has been around for some considerable time can be helpful. So things like monitoring. So we have monitoring tools that allow us to monitor care environments 24/7. We can look at where people have got waking night staff, where they don't need waking night staff. So classic case is you put the monitoring in and it monitors people's sleep patterns to see whether they need staff throughout the night, whether they're waking up, whether they're needing to get up and out. And often what you find is that the only time they wake up is when the staff member opens the door to see whether they're okay. That kind of stuff. We have door monitoring. So we can ensure that people are safe in an environment without having a staff member present all the time. We have technology, just even in sort of everyday technology, some of the voice assistants. So, your Alexas, your Googles, those kind of things can be used for medication prompts, and they can be used for different kind of prompts to enable people to be more independent. We have things like Brain in Hand, which is a piece of technology which is like on your mobile phone and that. So that if you're going out and about, it'll tell you, which bus to catch, where to catch it, where to stop, where to get off. All those kind of, it's just a plethora of things, but it's making sure you get the right tech with the right person to achieve the aims that you've set within your kind of your 6-month review process.
Mr. Laney.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, John. There's some good ideas in there. I mean, in terms of the provision of care home places, clearly there has been a sort of market failure, as it says in the provision of care home places. And we did, as an authority, used to have our own care homes. I mean, until 2011, when the council closed 9 of the 10 care homes, including the Limes in Hinckley and Harvey House in Barwell. At the time, we were told it would save £1 million. I mean, myself and Liberal Democrat colleagues at the time opposed it because we thought the council should have involvement in provision of care home places. Obviously, we then saw the closure of the Limes in Hinckley in October 2020 after a very bad CQC review, unfortunately. We basically spent 15 years not intervening at all. And now we're saying that, oh, according to this, there's a high confidence that if we do actively participate in providing more care home places, that will save us money. So I'm glad we're doing this now, but I do wonder whether, if we hadn't taken such a sort of ideological laissez-faire approach previously over the last 15 years, we could have actually been making these kinds of savings for many years until now.
If you want to come back,
I'm not sure there's a question there. I suppose the difference here is that we are not proposing that we operate and run care homes. We are proposing that we enter a relationship with an investment organisation to build them and a provider organisation to run them. We would not be intending to actually provide the care ourselves in this particular instance.
Mr. King.
Thank you, Chair. So care homes are, so a couple of people have mentioned pension fund investment. So I'll just declare, obviously, I'm chairman of the Leicestershire Pension Committee, the LGPS scheme for Leicester and Leicestershire, and colleagues who are on that, Mr. Piper, a couple of others, be aware that under the government reforms of pensions, there's now an ability for pension funds to have what's called, and I'll just put this in inverted commas, but I'm sure Declan knows about this, local investment. But what that local investment means has not actually been worked out. But this potentially might be something, and obviously it's all got to be done through our pooling company, Central LGPS, who are our advisors, and they are the people who package this all together. But that might be where officers need to go and, I'm sure, have a conversation, because it wouldn't just be necessarily about Leicestershire, about whether that's something that they can package together and do all the due diligence, because there's a lot of due diligence that would have to be done. But I could see that as a potential model, irrespective of what happens with LGR, and that actually might be the advantage with something like that. But that's just kind of very speculative and very kind of high level, and it wouldn't have to be a lot of work. But I think the concern, I don't agree with Mr. Mullaney. I think where I am in South Leicestershire, we've had an awful lot of care homes built in the last few years by the market, as I'm sure others are aware about, and we've got a number that have got planning consent but haven't yet been built out. So I don't think it's about a lack of one of the issues is about finding suitable sites that aren't allocated for plain residential development or logistics parks, and that's the big challenge in Harborough, and obviously Harborough, because that's mentioned in this report, and Harborough does have a draft local plan, and within that there are a number of sites that are, as part of their allocation, do have provision for care home facilities, but that's going to be a number of years down the line before they come to fruition. So that's, there is stuff in the pipeline, irrespective of whatever the county council may not do. So it wasn't really a question; it was really just a sort of comment, really. In terms of the other stuff, independence outside residential care. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that. Targeted prevention for adults. I'm still very concerned about targeting individuals and saying, well, you might be at risk of falling, and using their individual data, because that's referred to in the thing that says, I don't know, so there's some software that you would use to identify people at risk. Maximising independence for working age adults. Well, I know quite a few people who have disabilities who are working age. The majority of them, they don't want, quite a few of them don't work. They're not employed. That's not because they don't want to work. It's because employers aren't willing to give them a chance or adapt their facilities, provide the necessary adaptations to actually accommodate their needs. And it's actually, that's a national problem, not just Leicestershire. So I think, maximising independence for working adults, I support that. And, again, targeting prevention, yes, but I'm just concerned about this. How are you going to, is it what data are we actually using to identify adults who are at risk? Is it because they've already got health indicators and we're cross? It worries me a bit about this data stuff. But anyway, that's just my concerns. But I hadn't really got a question as such, Chair, but comments. But it's just really, I suppose the point was, if you're gonna look into this pension thing, I think that would be not a bad idea to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bloxham.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I found most of this really good. I mean, more independence for adults, brilliant. And you've accepted that there are risks with that, and that's good too. I'd echo Mr. King's point about the pension fund. 1% of the pension fund is going to be 70 or 80 million, so it's got to be worth looking into. That's a bunch of care homes. And also, I guess my question is, have you considered the Investing in Leicestershire programme as well, which is mostly property, mostly offices and warehouses and things, but this could be a good way to diversify that property portfolio.
Yeah, no, I appreciate those concerns and contributions. Actually, I think as chair of the up board, that's something. It'd be an interesting thing to have a look into. Obviously, we've got a rolling programme at the moment with the rural estate strategy and the rest of the Treasury Management Fund there, but I can't see why that would be. I mean, Declan perhaps couldn't provide some statutory insight, but I think it would be something we probably could look into at the very least, because I mean it is in the same way that other property portfolios would be. But Declan, perhaps you could add some colour to that.
No, absolutely. It's part of the range of funding options. There's no reason why we can't look at it ourselves as a council. And you've touched on this, as long as we kind of go into it with our eyes wide open about the risks of sort of owning a property that you need to work. It needs to be working effectively for sort of 25, 30 years. But yeah, there's absolutely no reason why we couldn't do it. The pension fund got touched on a few times. It's probably worth noting that as part of LGPS' sort of established strategy, they do have what they call real assets, which is in investing in kind of sort of like bricks and mortar kind of infrastructure. So again, it does fit with what Central does at the moment. So we can kind of, as we do part of that market testing, to Councillor's King point, we'll pick up this sort of with Central as well.
Thank you. Mr. Powland.
Thank you. Just again on the ownership of care homes one, no problem with that in principle. My question is though, given where we are, do we risk tying in future authorities to significant costs? So even if we sort of left this building after Cabinet and immediately put in planning permission, the reality is that those homes probably won't be built until after Leicestershire has ceased to exist in its current form. So I just wonder whether actually we're making a decision now that frankly should be better made by our successful authority, whatever that looks like, because we don't know whether it's going to be North, City, South, One Leicestershire, whether the city is going to expand and taking off the homes that we build, because where we build them is going to be important in terms of that. I just wonder whether this is a decision really for a future authority, given the reality of where we are in the timeline.
So we will, obviously the next phase of this is going out and doing more market testing, establishing where the funding is going to come from. So we will know what the solution is for LGR at that point. So all the things that you've mentioned there, which is valid. Why would a authority A investing authorities B area, as it were? Sometimes it can be the right thing, but you'd want to have a real good think about that. But we will know before this will be a decision that comes back to Cabinet, and we will know what the the LGR approach, the timelines, how it's going to be before any decisions made on this.
Mr. Piper.
Thank you, Chair. A comment, more than a question. Well, it's not a question at all. The pension fund, the LGPS has mentioned at least twice now already, if not a third time. From my experience in financial services, there are two things which may take the guilt off of that gingerbread. One is, at one stage, you were not allowed to invest in residential properties. You could invest in offices, you could invest in factories, you couldn't invest in residential properties in a pension fund. Secondly, you also have a limitation on how much you can self-invest. So I'm not quite sure whether or not the LGPS could invest in a county council project per se. I think that would need to be looked at. And I'll give you an example of where that did go a little bit awry, and you might remember a name of Robert Maxwell and the Mirror Pension Group. So whilst I think it's a great idea, I would caution expectations on the pension fund. Thank you, Chair.
I guess you'll work through that, won't you, in the design?
Yeah, no, absolutely. The first one's an easy one, that there is no restriction on residential investments. I don't know, it might have been before my time, but we haven't faced that restriction to date. It's not something we do in particular, but it's not a restriction. And you're absolutely right on that. There's a big conflict of interest point, and that's going to be one of the key things that have to be worked through. And we could never as a council decide the pension fund has to invest in it. It would be done independently by LGPS Central. But yeah, no, you're right. The conflict of interest is a big point.
Just to finish this off and then we'll move on. A lot of the adult ones sound a lot more riskier. Some of them are really big ones that sound a lot more riskier, and it's probably not guaranteed that we're going to do that within the time. Will fully costed business cases come back through scrutiny in cabinet? Because I did read in here that a lot of it's going to be delegated to officers. So what's the mechanism going forward? Because I think scrutiny commission would, if something like this goes ahead, would appreciate, I think, scrutinising that rather than it going to delegated officer decision. So what's the mechanism for how we move forward from this point?
So the delegated officer decision, which would obviously be sort of in conjunction with sort of the leader and the lead member for resources, is more about mobilising this programme and getting sort of the internal and the external resources sort of stood up to do this. But it's not delegation for any of the actual natural decisions that a councillor normally takes. So this is a really good example of the care home one. That would still go through the normal scrutiny and cabinet process, and in truth, actually, that'd have to go through the county council process as well, because it's sort of a big increase to kind of potentially the capital programme. So yeah, the delegations are pretty limited. It's more about getting the operational activity working as opposed to making service decisions.
Thank you. We'll move on then to Anne Carruthers. You've just got one independent travel training.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm sure you're pleased to hear I've only got one to talk you through. And this is this would be a new addition to our home to school and SEN transport arrangements. It's not something we currently do. Some authorities do it, but we don't currently do it at the moment. How it works is it's a specialised training support initiative that you'd work with an element of your cohort of SEN young people to give them the confidence and the ability to undertake their own travel to their educational setting. So as opposed to us giving the door-to-door, home-to-school transport arrangements or travel arrangements they currently get, you'd work with them over a number of weeks with independent trainers to give them the confidence and, as I say, the ability to undertake that journey themselves. We've looked at this quite carefully in terms of both needs of the cohorts of the children and young people that we currently transport, and then also the other factor that you really have to look into is actually the transport infrastructure available to them, because obviously there won't always be an option for somebody to take transport. There won't be a bus route, for instance, to take them to whichever setting that is they go to. So in reality, and we've looked at other authorities, there's usually quite a small cohort. The work that we did with Newtons, looking into this, we came up at the end of that assessment and analysis with 2.6% of our cohort would potentially be eligible for this. The initiative involves taking on a couple of members of staff. One would be a trainer and one would be a coordinator. And the coordinator predominantly would be looking at working with families and schools to identify young people who would potentially be appropriate for this programme. And as you can see through the financial, if you've had a chance to have a look at the financial benefits proposal, it is ramped up over a number of years. It is a very slow burn thing because there is something here about working with parents and with schools to give confidence in this programme. So as I say, it's something that we don't offer at the moment, so it would be an additional opportunity there are some financial benefits, as you'd see, but also, and what we've heard from other areas that do it, the benefits for the individuals who are able to take this up can be, quite substantial, particularly when, the older age group, and then they're thinking about moving into more formal training or employment opportunities to give them that taste of a bit more independence and confidence.
Thanks, Anne. And you will know when I was lead member chair, this is something I strongly advocated. I didn't like the term home to school. It should be travel for life, because these young people become adults and they have to get around on their own to live an adult and fulfilling life. So something I've long supported, wasn't moved forward by the authority. I championed it over and over again. So I'm really pleased to see this coming forward. And yeah, I think it will be a really good one. Any other questions, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I'm absolutely in agreement there with Councillor Taylor. This is more of a comment, and hopefully the leadership will take this on board. It's something I have raised at scrutiny before. We need to be speaking to our parliamentary colleagues and getting legislation changed, because this budget is growing and growing, as you well know, each year. And many of the service users have mobility cars. And I just think, the government are paying on one hand and we're paying with another, and it's unfair. So thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Innes.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Leader, please go.
Just as information, as close as last Friday, I met with a member for North West Leicestershire, and I've already met with nearly 3 others now, 3 other members of Parliament. So there is this exchange going forward, and I can say it is valuable. Doesn't matter what label they've got, but they're all doing a job, and I'm interested, they're interested, so we all meet common good. Thank you.
Mr. Innes.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I fully support this. I think the development of life skills for people is critical, and getting around, having their independence is absolutely critical. With all of this, it's how do we make sure that people don't think that we're taking something away from them rather than giving them something and giving them that independence. And I guess it's all in the way it's communicated, etc. So maybe that's an important aspect of this, to make sure that we communicate this properly. And also, I'd like to thank you. I've got an appointment at the MMDR this afternoon. Thank you.
Glad to hear that. No, absolutely. On this one, it will very much be working with willing, because we can't do this without the support of the families or the schools. So it really has got to be. So hopefully people will not see it's taking something away from them, but something positive for that family and that individual.
Thank you. Mrs. Bottomley.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to very quickly push back on the Motability Cars comment made by other councillors. I think it's slightly unfair. It is quite expensive to have a child with additional needs, and it is very expensive to live generally at the moment. Suggesting that just because they have access to a mobility car means that their parents should be driving them to and from work every day, basically meaning they themselves cannot work, I don't think is a reasonable response there. But my question was purely, if the children try it and the young adults try it and it just doesn't work, or it's deemed they're not suitable, are they then still able to gain access to transport again? Just because I think the uptake will be severely limited if they feel like it is a one and done situation. Thank you.
No, absolutely. I would say yes. People, if it doesn't suit them, they try it for whatever reason. Either they get to the end of the training or, just start it. They would go back to the traditional transport. This very much is, and it's come out both as a theme with your earlier discussions, but on the children's proposals and the adults, is we cannot do this as a blanket policy. It has to be on the individual's needs. And if we find out through the process that it's not going to be suitable for their needs, they would go back to their earlier provision. Mr. King.
Yeah, Chair. So I have a lot of personal experience of this in terms of having had young people, children, who found it very challenging to travel, and still do, on public transport or school buses, which is basically what we're talking about here. And in some instances, no amount of training will overcome the anxiety, the overwhelming stress that occurs. So I think there are a lot of pitfalls potentially for this. And whilst it might look attractive on a numbers thing, I think the actual numbers that might take it up, and I do take my colleague's point up there, I think if this fails, and that's the thing that young people, and if they were successful in the training and did feel able to do that, and is that a long enough 12 weeks? I don't know. I'm not an expert in these things, but for some it might take longer than that. So I suppose that's a question: is it just 12 weeks? And if you're not, how do we understand at what point that young person's going to be safe to travel appropriately on transport with lots of other people, without being themselves at risk or other people? Now that's question number one. Second thing is that if it does fail, how quickly are they going to be able to get back to some form of supported transport provided? Because we don't want massive gap so they can't go to school. Taking the point about cars and vehicles, well, first of all, if there is mobility transport provided, it isn't provided because it doesn't actually get provided. What happens is you have to submit a claim for young people, which is disability living allowance, and under the age of 16, personal independence allowance for over 16. If you're successful, that process normally takes about a year for someone to be one way or the other, and then what happens is the adults involved decide whether to, if they are successful, they get a higher rate of mobility allowance for the transport needs of that young person. They can then choose whether to access a vehicle to transport them or not. It's a choice they make. They don't have to. There's no compulsion. So I think it's not helpful to keep throwing these things out while people get a car. Well, they don't. It's a choice they have to make, because otherwise it's very difficult. And they do that because the need is very high. The bar for receiving higher rate mobility payment is incredibly high. You have to be basically functioning. You're not able to travel on public transport. You're classed as unsafe psychologically. I can't remember the exact criteria, but you won't be able to learn how to go on a bus or school transport. So that, I'm just want to caveat this, because that's not me saying that. That's what the government says, DWP. So I think there is a lot of, we need to be very clear what we're talking about. And if we're talking children with less demanding needs and less problems, then yeah, I think this has got some ability. But I am concerned that we might just be over optimistic in our ability to deliver any savings here, because I think there's a lot of niggles and a lot of things that might have to be ironed out. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Chair.
Just Chair, last point first. This is very much looking at those younger people with less complex needs, absolutely, by the nature of what we're doing here. We have, as I said, we got to, after looking at all the analysis, 2.6% of the overall cohort. However, we very much want to set this up as a 2-year trial. And I think that then comes into your point about, is that 12 weeks fixed? If somebody needs 14 weeks or 16 weeks, or somebody only needs 10 weeks, that's what we'll kind of tease out through the trial. We've looked at how it's implemented in other areas of the country, and that's what we've based the proposal on. But very much we're setting this up as a 2-year trial for those very reasons. And the final point, about how, if it didn't work for somebody, how quickly they'll get back to the door to door, we will do our utmost to make it, there's not a gap, or there's no, significant gap. I mean, for instance, if they were on multi-person transport and that's still running anyway, it's there for tomorrow, it's there. If we have to go out and procure a new taxi service, that'll take a bit longer. But hopefully we have that lead in and that information to be able to do it so it becomes seamless. But again, that's something we could work through in the trial.
Okay, well, that's the end of questions for you. Thank you, Anne. Thank you for hanging around. Back to you, Declan, procurement and third-party spend.
Thank you, Chair. So this initiative is a cross-council and working through the various expenditure categories that we've got. So obviously we already competitively procure most of our expenditure. So the benefit's more about sort of how we manage and work with sort of suppliers in a different way. So the 4 categories that are laid out in the appendix are strengthening contract management. So this is making sure that we really, really strict on our contracts that have been fully adhered to. We've got review and spend within categories. So again, not just sort of looking on a service basis, but looking across the sort of the council of the sort of the similar types of spend. And hopefully that'll help us to identify opportunities to procure differently. So for example, that might be combining supplier or isolating sort of specialisms, or even just simply making it easier to bid to make it more sort of competitive for the market. We've got the third category is tail spend management, and this is just about finding a different way to sort of procure the small fragmented spend. So again, an awful lot about consolidation in there. And the final one is supplier relationship management, and this is for the sort of the bigger, more strategic projects. And the idea is you do sort of much more targeted work with key suppliers, so you drive that mutual benefit. So it could be as simple as sharing purchasing forecasts, so that sort of operationally we're a lot sort of more closely aligned with those key suppliers and sort of take some of the costs out of the system through that. So the benefits estimates are based on 3 deep dives that sort of Newton worked on with us into sort of 3 different spend categories. And this, because the nature of the sort of the expenditure and also the supplier market is very different across the categories, you did see quite a bit of variability in there, and you can see that in the appendix. Sort of the yields from the different investigations are very different, and that is why it's difficult to extrapolate the sort of the estimate, sort of the savings estimate accurately. But that said, there's enough potential there that you can see that if you do enough digging, you will find sort of savings, and enough to kind of justify sort of building out the procurement team a little bit to strengthen that. So we've got a rolling program that we should deliver sort of an overall saving. So that's all I was going to do as a brief introduction.
Thank you. So just looking through the appendix, obviously you're basically sort of employing additional staff to try and save the agency staff and all that sort of stuff that's included in here. So it will be by expanding the team that you make these savings.
Yeah, so it's slightly bigger procurement team with the idea of bringing third-party spend down. Yeah.
Any questions? Yeah, Mr. King.
Could I just clarify, confirm, Declan, this increased size of the team, it says 5 new FTE employees. And then it says net cost, total investment is 460,000, just over net to LCC. But on the table above that, it says in year spend reduction, cumulative benefit. Has the net investment, or presumably that's an annual cost of 460,000, is it? Is that already allowed for in all these cumulative benefits?
That's correct. So the 460 is an annual cost, and it's already been deducted from those benefits in that table.
But obviously the cost of that staffing will rise over time, and we don't necessarily have any control over the cost of that staffing because pay rises are part of the national pay negotiation. So if inflation was to increase massively again, we could end up where staff wages had to increase again, potentially to keep pace with inflation, or other changes in the national insurance regime for employers could increase our costs there.
No, absolutely. Those costs could go up. It's an estimate at a point in time. But the comforting thing about this one is obviously there's inflation that will impact those third-party costs that are going to get saved as well. So although the cost to secure the saving might go up, you would expect the benefit to increase as well. And history's shown us that kind of the supplier costs go up much more than kind of local government salaries.
Yeah, the only reason I say that in the year 29-30 it's showing is that a 10,000 in year spend reduction.
That's only the incremental amount in the year. By that stage, you're saving about 1.5 million net.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Innes.
Thank you. I'd really like to endorse this, Declan. I've been beginning to get involved in the procurement side of it, and you're very kind enough to let me come and talk to the procurement team. There are from my experience in business, this is the biggest area, the tail spend. How efficient we are in procurement is a massive untapped potential. It's something that we work on in our business day and night, is trying to make sure that we're getting the maximum efficiency from the suppliers that we have. So I think the investment could really pay lots of dividends. So I really endorse this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. So we're on to Jane, the resident focused organisation.
Yep, thank you. So the work in this programme, or this piece of the programme, underpins our approach to how we deliver services as an organisation. Its aim is around ensuring that we are well organised and able to deliver and execute all of our objectives, both efficiently and effectively. We are looking at achieving this through making sure that we are optimising how we're designed as an organisation, a real focus on reducing the spend on agency, reviewing our operational delivery models, and also developing a performance culture and looking at how we exploit supporting technology, as you've heard across this morning. We're going to review the current arrangements for how we deliver services in the best possible way for residents, and we're also looking at how best residents can access the relevant services that they need to across the council. We're also developing an operating model vision for the authority that will pick up some of the opportunities identified both through the efficiency review, but also the LGR announcement when it's made, and also knowledge of other organisations and how they're organised. The high-level benchmarking does show that overall Leicestershire County Council performs well compared to other local authorities in terms of how we're structured, but we are keen to ensure that we continue to do this in the most efficient and effective way. As I said, we are going to further explore how we reduce our use of agency, but also undertake a detailed analysis and redesign of our recruitment pathways and identify areas where we can make recruitment easier, particularly in those posts that we're struggling to recruit to. The theme will also focus on leadership and management development within our services to make sure that our performance culture is enhanced and that we embed productivity and make sure we've got really key quality KPIs across all services and teams in the organisation. And also, as part of this work, we are keen to ensure that we are maximising the use of technology and AI to continue to improve how we deliver. So in terms of the benefits that are associated with this, we are expected to achieve around about 2.5 million per annum with partial savings in 26-27. So there's 8 million against this across the MTFS. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Mrs. Bottomley.
Thank you, Chair. I really liked the focus on retention and supporting employees. I was just wondering how that factored in, or whether it had been considered against the proposed change to the working from home policy, because I know, having spoken to some staff, that it is going to impact their ability to do their job, especially if they've got other responsibilities, caring responsibilities and such. Has that been factored in, or how has it been considered within this thing? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So you're right. We have now launched our new working arrangements policy across the organisation, the focus of which is about making sure that we are delivering our services in the best possible way for residents. And you're right, that does include how staff do their work and where they do their work from as well. All of our kind of staff recruitment protocols will take account of working arrangements, and I know that at the moment managers are working with staff across the organisation to make sure that we can deliver the working arrangements policy with an eye on making sure that the services are delivered in the best possible way. So they're intrinsically linked is the quick answer.
Mr. Mayor.
Cheers. Thank you very much. A quick one from myself as well. Quite high figures compared to some of the others. In fact, substantially higher figures compared to some of the others. Are we going into an era where we're freezing posts now? Is that the reality of it? Because it's a substantial amount to save compared to what we're doing everywhere else. I mean, 29, 30, £8 million, 28, 29, £5.5 million. That's a huge amount of money.
No, there are no intentions to recruit staff. To freeze recruitment on staff. We need to recruit to posts that are vacant because they deliver the services that we are tasked with. So no, there's no proposal. You'll see on page 120, there are a number of areas that kind of work up to that 2.5 million a year. So one of them is around organisational design and looking at how we're organised, what our management structure is, how our services are delivered, all of those kind of areas. The big area is around use of agency. We spend a lot of money each year on agency staff. So if we can get our recruitment and retention right, we can reduce the cost of agency to the authority. And then there's a big stream around efficiency and effectiveness. So are we delivering our services in the most efficient way? and the most effective way for residents as well. So there are a number of themes, but no intention to freeze recruitment. We'd need to make decisions around services we'd stop if we were going to freeze recruitment.
Just a follow-up question then. That's good to hear, and hopefully once it starts rolling, that will be the case. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of vacancies happen in our collective committees and then what's advertised. It's still a huge amount of money. And if we can't get the staff anyway, and we have to pay agency staff, where do we think we're going to get the staff permanently who are potentially going to earn less permanently than they are through the agency? So what's the thinking behind that then?
Yeah, I mean, the report or this kind of strand of work sets out that there is a lot of work to do to kind of work through how we're going to achieve it. I think just on the agency, what we know at the moment is that we've got some key areas where we are struggling to recruit staff. Some of that is about salary, some of it's about what you can get elsewhere, some of it's about general kind of lack of experience within the market as well. We have already done quite a lot of work with external organisations. We did a big piece of work along with other local authorities with the DfE around things like social work recruitment. So we can look at how we recruit, we can have a look at our recruitment process, we can have a look at the kind of work environment that people are in, and all of those are kind of internally more attractive than agency. You're right, agency does pay more, but it isn't a permanent role. It doesn't give some of the things that working for a local authority did. So I don't think there's one answer to the question, but there is a whole host of things that we need to look at doing to make sure Leicestershire is the most inviting and most or the best place to work for as well.
Okay, any other questions on this? Dr. Bloxham.
Yeah, just on that last topic. I mean, if there is a money issue there, are we restricted by collective pay bargaining, national pay bargaining? And has it been looked into what the costs and benefits would be of coming out of that, so that in some cases we could pay staff more than the national standards?
So yeah, really good question. So the benefit of being in with the national pay bargaining is that we are aligned with other organisations. So one of the biggest risks in local government is people moving to other local government organisations that pay more money. So there's a real risk in us coming out of any national scheme. There are provisions for us to be able to look at posts within the local authority that we are struggling to recruit to. We can have a look how we benchmark. So we've already got avenues we can look at to make sure that we match up well across the market. But there are other things that attract people to working for Leicestershire over and above just pay. Pay is really important, obviously, but working environment is really important. The kind of home work, life-work balance is really important. So I'm not sure there's an advantage to us coming out of the national pay bargaining system, partly because it does keep us at the level of other people, but there are opportunities for us to have a look at how can we make ourselves more attractive, how can we make ourselves a really good employer. And some of that does include looking at what we pay people and how.
So just to clarify, it's not been looked at in any detail then?
No, it's not. I think we've looked at the costs of coming out, but not in terms of detail. What we have looked at and what we do spend a lot of time looking at is how we benchmark across other local authorities in terms of our pay, because obviously there is a risk if our pay goes down lower than a neighbouring authority, people could jump. So we do a lot of that within departments to have a look at how we kind of match up to other organisations, because we know we have lost staff where other organisations have significantly upped their pay. People have moved areas, so it is something we look at constantly.
Sorry, Mr. Piper, I had you on my list and I called Dr. Bloxham first, so my apologies.
No problems, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sure Mr. Bloxham's comment was much more pertinent than mine. When you come to recruiting staff, a couple of things, these comments more than questions, is that surely with the increasing numbers of unemployment in the country, that should make life a little bit easier. And when I was sat in the canteen this morning having my breakfast, I got the impression that there was at least 2 people having their introduction today, that new staff workers coming in already. So is it really a problem getting new staff? Thank you.
No, that's good. It's good that you had people joining Leicestershire and having their induction as well. And you're right, there is the kind of issue around unemployment. I think what we need to remember when we're talking about recruitment, there are specific roles that we need to recruit to that require specific skills, and there is training and induction available and all of those kind of things. But where we are struggling to recruit are in some of those roles where people are just not stepping forward to want to be part of that. So some of it is a national, so you will have heard previously, we have a challenge around how we recruit social workers, just because there isn't a glut of social workers around looking to come here, so we need to make ourselves the most attractive, and there are some other areas that we are struggling to recruit into. So you're right, the kind of unemployment should help with recruitment, but actually it's some of those key areas that we're seeking to recruit staff into as well. But thank you.
Ms. Knight.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I come from the aerospace business, which is very unique. We found over the years that the best way was to grow our own, and we had apprenticeships, graduate schemes. If we're short of people, why can't we? You've got the business where they can learn here. Why aren't you putting out apprenticeships and graduate schemes for people?
Yeah, no, thank you. And yeah, really important. So we do have apprenticeships running across the council. We're just currently looking at how we can expand that, but there are a number of areas where we do bring apprenticeships in, and actually just within, for example, children's social work, it's an area that we expanded over the last couple of years to bring people in who are either working already for the local authority but would quite like to become a social worker. We then have apprenticeship pathways across both children's and adult services. So you're absolutely right, growing our own and kind of bringing certainly those people who are not already qualified working for us into qualified roles is absolutely the right route. Thank you.
Mr. King.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm not going to recap what everyone said. I think they're all good points. I think the issue that I'm concerned about is the use of agency, and I do understand in some instances we've got to use agencies but if I'm right in my interpretation of it, it says nearly 3/4 of this is on long-term cover of more than a year. Well, that's deeply concerning. We shouldn't be hiring staff through agencies for that sort of situation. It should be, I would have thought it was more for short-term, few weeks or months situation rather than this long-term over a year. I mean, so I am concerned that then to me talks to me about management. You're talking, you mentioned that the total operating model, but it's about management culture. And I'm just concerned here, and a question I have to you, Jane, is how you're going to turn around the management culture that says, well, we'll just get an agency in for a year, however long it is, because to me, we shouldn't be hiring people on agency anyway for that long. I appreciate there's some roles where we might not be able to get away from it. And picking up the point a couple of people mentioned, and you mentioned it as well, social worker, well, to get a social work degree, what's that, 3-4 years? Then you've got to get your practical experience, and most of the kind of positions like those professional roles take a few years for people to become qualified. So if we're going to need staff, and then on top of that, the other query I've got is about LGR. Now, LGR is going to create instability. When we had the LGR scrutiny, you talked about that and how it is potentially going to create instability. So at a time when we're going to have maximum instability with our staff about whether they've got a job or not, we're talking about trying to change how we do things at the same time. And I'm just wondering if you can explain how you're going to manage that, basically. Thank you.
Yeah, so just on the agency use, I'm not sure there is a management culture that would go out to recruit agency for long term. The majority of agency use across the organisation is within children's social care. And that's where the majority of our agency spend is. Those often there is long-term use of agency as a result of us being unable to fill social work posts. But what I do know is often those long-term, or most often, those long-term posts are moved around to cover vacancies. We may have them for a year, but actually they in that time have covered maybe 3 or 4 vacancies. So there is no deliberateness in holding an agency post for a long time. It will be to cover vacancies that we have. And as I said, the predominant cost is within children's social care for agency. So we don't have a management culture that would go out and recruit agency for a year. It is about making sure that we can provide allocated social workers to children where we are not able to recruit permanently. In terms of LGR, you're absolutely right that the kind of what we're going to have to go through over the next couple of years and beyond is going to be really destabilising for staff. It's going to be really tricky. I think the skill of this resident focused outcome is about making sure that the focus is on how we deliver the best possible services. So there's no intention in this to look at anything that will be destabilising, but it's about how we improve our support to staff, how we make sure that the management teams are doing what we need them to be driving change and support as well. So my hope is that through this strand of work, it's about how we build better services and therefore better support staff rather than some really significant change that needs to go on. As I said, agency is about how we get more people into the organisation and reduce our spend on agency. So it'll be a careful balance through this piece of work around how we support staff through it. And as you quite rightly say, the instability of LGR as well.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll move on. We're back to you, Declan. So the Resolve, Change and Improvement programme at pages 24 to 39. We might have covered quite a bit of this, but is there anything else you want to pick up?
I was going to suggest that all I was going to really explain was the themes and the enablers, which you'll probably get from the reports.
Thank you, Chair. It was just picking up a point on the, if this is the right time, the income maximisation paper, 75 to 79. If I got this point wrong, I'll apologise in advance, but it's talking about some changes to fees and charges, and it puts for the country park season tickets the fee for 26-27, then it puts a new fee in, which is a uniform increase of £10, and it's going from the 1st of September 2026. So just to confirm, are we actually proposing to put those increases in from the 1st of September 2026? Because obviously if you look at the blue badge holders particularly, that's an increase of nearly 30%, and for the renewal for the blue badge, £25 to £35, that's an increase of 40%, which is quite a steep increase, particularly if, for well-being reasons, we're encouraging people with ill health and who have disabilities to go to the country park. So just wanted to confirm, is that a change we are making?
So we included, we increased the hourly rates from sort of April as part of the MTFS, and you've explained it sort of correctly. This is a proposal from September.
I think it was the point I picked up earlier that, the fees and income and charges to residents has gone up quite substantially through this as well. So residents will be paying more for services that we provide. So it's slightly worrying. Do you want to add anything about the impact, risk and conclusions, paragraphs 48 to 67, Declan? Is there anything you want to add there?
No, again, I think most of the points have been picked up. Particularly, I was going to make a point there around this sort of LGR decision. Actually, the main one I probably was going to make is, although we've sort of explained that kind of, the initiatives have been sort of derived with LGR in mind, we are conscious that LGR is an absolutely massive project. And when the LGR decision comes, we're expecting kind of July time, there will be kind of quite a significant piece of work then to just make sure that the sort of the initiatives before you today and LGR do kind of dovetail as far as possible, but it's not being understated how much work there's going to be required for both of these pieces of work.
Smith?
Just to echo that one, is that once we know in July, do you think you're going to be revisiting some of this in light of what the new structures might be?
There's quite extremes on LGR. So if it was just on one extreme, a single county unitary, actually adults and children's and ENT hardly get touched at all. So it suddenly makes this actually probably easier than we thought. If you go to sort of, I don't know, in theory, I suppose if you look at the sort of the bids that got approved, kind of, or the last set of bids that got approved, where government kind of went its own way a little bit, and you had an expanded city, but still sort of split the county into a north and south, we probably would have a bit of a pause and just make sure, to some of the points that were made today, that it still is the right places to invest, and have we got the capacity as an organisation. But at the moment, we're kind of, I suppose, preparing for as best we can. That I think it would be more of a rephasing of opportunities rather than a scrapping of opportunities to be bang up the field.
Just got a couple of general points to finish off with. So obviously we've talked about the savings ramping up after 28-29. So what contingencies in place if it slips or under-delivers? And obviously, how much is that going to impact the MTFS gap if we don't achieve the savings that we are forecasting?
So at the moment, it's, in theory, I suppose, at the moment, the efficiency review is all positive to the MTFS, although we've got a little bit in in the current MTFS, if there's slippage, it just means that we're going to have to sort of look somewhere else to help to close that gap. And like I say, that come September, we'll have it be in a better position. We should have a better idea on the SEND support, which is, in theory, could be kind of, if government follows through, could be tens of millions of pounds. We'll have a better idea on the LGR and know what position the districts are in financially. So again, that could make a significant difference. On the flip side, the sort of the adverse side, inflation looks like it's going to go up, and hopefully we'll start to get a better idea how sort of deep-seated that inflation is. But at the moment, anything that slips in the efficiency review, it does just leave us at the same challenge we would have had if the efficiency review hadn't come on, if that makes sense.
And I suppose just following on, LGR was in front of a lot of our mains. Obviously, the 28 million implementation costs are going to be all under this council before LGR. So where does that stranded investment come under a new authority structure? Where are you going to transfer that debt onto that we've already paid out, because you'll be handing the council over to the new authority in a worse state than it was before, because you won't have realised any of the savings. So where does that stranded investment go?
It's going to be really heavily dependent on the sort of what the new solution is and how much you have to do around that. It wouldn't be on a kind of, I suppose, a spend by spend basis. It's just be sort of what the balance sheet at that point in time, and it'll be some sort of, I suppose, as fair a mechanism as is possible at that point in time. But the thing I would stress is it's not wasted effort at that point in time. An awful lot of the change will already have been achieved. So the new authority will be launching with new mechanisms to help kind of service users come in, new sort of analytical capabilities, etc. So the new authority is benefiting from that sort of prior investment. It's important not to lose that point, even though it kind of takes a little while for the savings to come through, because we're trying to manage the sort of service user change through it. If you put the changes on all the service users in one go, it's a much more difficult task to do, because you're having to change from existing services. We're doing that at some points, but most of this bent is to sort of try and sort of give people a new offer from up front.
But the new authorities might not want to take any of that forward. It could be under different political control, different officers, different viewpoint, another fresh pair of eyes. So we run the risk of handing this council over in a worse state than we were before under LGR. So I think that is a concern that needs flagging up a little bit.
I suppose it's going to come down to sort of, I suppose, faith in kind of, I suppose, the judgment of sort of the director of adults, the director of children, so that, we're not doing anything that's really sort of off market, as it were, that's really sort of unusual and risky that a new authority would balk at. They're looking at it through the lens of, actually, is this a reasonable thing to do? Is this the way local government goes? So I do take your point absolutely, and it's a fair one about when different eyes look on things, they can come to different conclusions. But the core of the new authority is going to be built from what we've got at the moment, and it's going to be a case of trying to protect those good things.
And just finally, for me, obviously, we've talked a lot about there's going to be a lot of further work to do that will come back to scrutiny. So at that point, if any of the schemes are underperforming or failing, will we come back and be able to re-scrutinise that about why they failed, and the points we've all made today will be taken into account and passed on to Cabinet as well?
The intention is in the autumn to have an update on the programme that comes to this committee, to just purely look at progress and performance, and do the same again as part of the MTFS in January. So you'll get kind of a couple of sort of public bites of the cherry, as it were. And the proposal as well is to keep the cross-party working groups going in a private setting, so the sort of questioning can be a bit freer, and have that on sort of a quarterly basis. So absolutely, yes, you'll still get that kind of opportunity to scrutinise.
Is there any further points, anyone? Mr. Ince?
Will you also bring all the successes to the scrutiny that's going to happen, rather than all the negatives that seem to be coming from the other side? So could we make sure that we bring all the projects back?
Absolutely. The thing I was going to touch on the themes, is we will report on those kind of themes. And as you point out, the thing I was going to sort of say was, it's actually, this isn't just about the finances. We should try, or we are going to look as well at kind of what are the other benefits, the service user benefits as well. So we get that rounded view of the programme.
Thank you. No other question, Mr. King?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So yeah, I mean, obviously, as I said at the beginning, there are some interesting ideas and some good thoughts, some good proposals in here. But this is designed to try and bridge the gap in the MTFS of 85 million by 29/30. Okay, and as I heard you earlier, Declan, you said that the MTFS gap approximate, will still be around 62 million, as I understood. That's the note I made, by 2930, based on all the known knowns and known unknowns at the moment, and who knows what might change and everything else between that. So what are the other things that are going to have to happen alongside this efficiency review to close the gap of 62 million by 2930? Because this will do some of it, but it's not going to do all of it, and that's the bit we haven't heard today. And I appreciate the other bit is just when we looked at the costings earlier, it says payments to strategic partners. Well, I'm presuming that means Newton's. It's 22 point something million pounds. How much of the work and the plans and the proposals that you've come up with and identified so far are going to be taken forward? How many of those could actually be taken forward now by our own teams and our own staff, no disrespect intended, but without us paying money to Newton's to do that? And how much of it will still require a third party, i.e. your colleagues here, to help our staff do that? And or has that already been worked out, and that's the 22 odd million that we're going to have to pay for them to do it, because we've already worked that out, and this is what you've come up with? I'm just trying to understand that. Thank you.
In terms of the two pieces, the MTFS gap, that's what I'm referring to. We'll come back in September, because as you've touched on, there's more that goes into building the MTFS than just to savings. The big one that's kind of sitting on the table, as it were, is the SC&D government support, which should be worth tens of millions. So you can see there's a few bits that will narrow the gap, and LGR was talked about as well. That should be a savings project. So again, that should help narrow the gap. But don't forget that I suppose the nature of this program, this shouldn't be a kind of a single shot that we've got the sort of the 27 million. It is striving to go further, where that is stretching the initiatives we've got or bringing new ones in. So there'll be a few things, but we'll give that rounded position in September when we've got more of the information. In terms of how much could we do without Newton? So that is, at the moment, we've obviously worked with Newton to sort of try and put those high level estimates in, and it's high level in two bases. One, it is fairly broad, but also we've gone sort of like hopefully the top end of costs. So the hope is that that can be brought down a little bit, and some of it is, from what you've just talked about, is actually how much can we do ourselves. And that's going to be conversations with all the directors, because it's not just about kind of bringing in new knowledge from elsewhere. There's also a capacity point of view as well. So it's those two aspects. But that's going to be the next stage of work, which is why we're going to ask Cabinet for a delegation to work through this thing. So it gives us a bit of flexibility on both the kind of who we go to for support, but actually when we put that support in as well, because there is the potential to face things over the time. So that's why we want the delegation to have that flexibility to, exactly as you said, to work it through.
Okay. Only a few of us left, managed it through. Mr. Innes.
Can I ask the leader a question, please? Is that in order? Yep. Leader, I'm interested to know how you felt today has gone. I think there's been a lot of positive messages from all of the staff. The amount of work that's been put into this is immense. The amount of work that Newtons have put in has been immense. And I've got to say, I feel very positive after that we've got people that are actually quite confident in what they've put forward to us. I've heard lots of negatives from the opposition, trying to pull down the enthusiasm of our staff, and I think we should build our staff up to say congratulations on all the work they've done. And I'm just wondering as well, Leader, do you think the Leader of the Opposition regrets sending that press release out now that she has a few more facts?
Thank you. It's been a hard, long journey. I've spoke many times about this, but now we're beginning to get to the nuts and bolts. It's a long way from the finish line, but we've made that start. We're on our way. We're confident on savings, and I'm confident that going forward with the team of officers and with the members we've got who are really committed to this, I think we've got every chance of making this a huge success that other people want to watch. When we get away from the squabbling, we did this, who should have done that, and we could have done that. When we move away from that and just look, how are we making it more efficient? Are we bringing in savings that are substantial enough to be able to help us go forward? And the answer is yes. I'm very proud of the support from my group and the officers. They've provided me with support, and Newton's. It's been a huge coming together of people who want to see something happen and change, and we will see it through. And I'm grateful for a little finalised little chance to say that. It is important. I'll always work with you, Madam Chairman, and anybody in the council. It's just about, you know, if we could talk about how we can make things better, it's better than squabbling whose idea was this or that or ever. It doesn't matter whose idea it is. If it makes a change for the good and the people we serve feel better and more confident, well, I'm going to be a very happy man. Thank you.
Thank you. So that brings the end of the meeting together. Thank you to Newton for coming today and sitting through a very long meeting. So thank you.
Thank you.
See you all again. And thank you to Jane and the team and the leader and all your directors. And thank you to the committee that stayed here through to the end. So our next meeting is on the 10th of June 2026. Thank you.